Top of the morning to you, Paul. Hey-o. Wancho, Coffin Ball. Oh, yeah. Was thinking of Irish football last night.
No, EV. Two of the top four were double-digit underdogs. Double-digit underdogs.
Actually,
in fact, all four favorites won the game.
Right. All four favorites got one.
So there's no press clippings. All four favorites won.
Yeah, they were favored by a point to a point and a half. The line kept moving Notre Dame's way.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Football Friday of 2025.
Football Friday.
How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Once again, if this is your first time with us in 2025, a belated Happy New Year. Hope your week went well. It was probably disjointed with the holiday right smack dab in the middle of it. Mark, something happened last night which hadn't happened since the early days of the Clinton administration. Notre Dame won a big football game.
That's right, they did. And they were dominant at the line of scrimmage. It was closer than the final to me because it was two plays that was all the scoring for Notre Dame. The strip sack fumble that turned into a touchdown on the next play and the long run back. But Notre Dame dominated the line of scrimmage, David. Gunnar Stockton ran for his life the whole day. Georgia couldn't run the football. Notre Dame's defense was terrific. Terrific.
And yesterday, when we were talking to Anthony Dasher, who covers Georgia for a living, we said, Notre Dame lives at the point of attack. And when's the last time somebody lined up and whooped Georgia up front? Whooped them. He said, yeah, we've been talking about that. It's been a while. Texas had their moments, but, it doesn't happen very often. Well, it happened for about 3.5 hours last night. Let me tell you, that fifth-place team in the MAC's really good. Okay. Tell you what, maybe we should have put the MAC in the tournament. My goodness. Should have put the Bobcats in. They won the MAC. They beat Northern Illinois, who beat Notre Dame.
Yeah, we're going to be able to play that college basketball national championship thing this year with Northern Illinois beating Notre Dame as they go on this run. We certainly can look at, who beat Northern Illinois and then who beat them and so on and so forth.
Right. And then, end up with, Western Illinois as your national champion.
Exactly.
Like that. But, man, oh, man. But, yeah, big win for Notre Dame. Ladies and gentlemen, for a whole generation of you, they're located in South Bend, Indiana. They play football. They were one of the big ones along with Army and Navy in our formative years of college football. They took the sport national when they scheduled a game with USC. They got the benefit of the doubt. They were the SEC by themselves. They got the benefit of the doubt. They were number 2 in the country. They played number 1 Michigan State. The game ended in a tie. At the end of the year, they awarded Notre Dame the national title. I mean, they went 3-8. Their star player won the Heisman. They went 8-3. Their star player won the Heisman. I mean, Notre Dame, Rockney, Parsegian, Holtz. Yeah, this was Lou Holtz before you saw him on ESPN. Yeah, Notre Dame football. Wow, it's been a while. Welcome back, boys. Welcome back.
Well, I mean, they're just to the position they've been to a few times. I mean, it was a big win. Don't get me wrong. But they won a quarterfinal. They've got 2 more wins to get to before you can start crowning them, David.
No, I'm not crowning them, but I'm saying that Notre Dame, for certainly the 21st century, has been largely hype and very little substance. The 12-0 regular season they put on the board in 2012, it was okay, but you went back, and even as they were doing it, it wasn't the most formative schedule that year. Now, it wasn't Indiana's schedule, but it wasn't much better. Then the 2 times Brian Kelly got the Irish into the 4-team playoff, they were number 4. Now, they deserved to be in, but we all were like, I don't know. And sure enough, they couldn't compete both times. This is the first time, Mark, you got to go really back to Holtz. You got his 93 team finished second to Florida State. And they beat Florida State that year to be number one in the country before suffering a big upset the next week and never recovering in the polls. You got to go back 30 years since Notre Dame legitimately was worthy of the hype and attention that they got, and they beat a big boy. I mean, come on, they beat Georgia. You know, they won 2 natties. They've won the SEC this year. I mean, they beat Georgia. Whether it's the worst Georgia team in 6 years, it doesn't matter. They beat Georgia in New Orleans. That's, to me, the biggest win Notre Dame's had in 30 years.
It is. You're right. But they beat a Georgia team with a backup quarterback and they didn't do much offensively in that game.
No, they didn't.
But they won at the line. What impressed me more than anything was not the fact that they won. It was that they won at the line of scrimmage. And that where Georgia, with all that time, and they outcoached Kirby. I mean, the special teams play.
Well, I really didn't. I didn't understand with, 33 seconds left. I mean, just get into the room, okay? Get into the – you just went 3 and out with 3 incomplete passes. You took 21 seconds off the clock, which came back to haunt you so that Notre Dame had extra time to be able to maneuver into field goal range. I mean, you could have easily gotten to the 2-minute timeout that they call it, at the very least in the possession before that. Instead, you let Notre Dame be able to run off many additional plays. And then, I mean, come on, Kirby, just go into the locker room. You haven't done anything. You really think all of a sudden in 4 plays you're going to hit lightning in a bottle? And then you leave that left tackle out on an island? I mean, Mark, you'd watch the first hour and a half of that game. Had he blocked him in the first hour and a half?
No, they couldn't block Notre Dame, and it was a credit to Notre Dame, who lost their number 1 pass rusher in the last game of the regular season there, and they didn't have their number 1 sack guy, and they still were bringing the pressure every play.
I'll tell you what, everybody's got to go for it all the time. Listen, I thought Freeman, I mean, he's got a 20-10 lead. He's got the ball at midfield, late third quarter, 4th and 1. Punt the ball. They can't move it on you. Punt it to the 10 and put the kid out there with a line who can't block. Hell, put your defense on the field. It's the best unit in the game. No, he's going to go for it. Gives Georgia the ball at midfield with a 10-point lead, late third quarter. What are you doing? Nobody kicks field goals anymore. Nobody punts anymore. 30 seconds left. I got Dan Marino back there. Okay, with Duper and Clayton, I'm going to get in field goal range. Pay attention. What are you guys doing? Hell, he got bailed out by the offsides and the fact that they missed the procedure penalty before the offsides. I mean, what's he doing going for it on his own 18-yard line? Seriously, what is wrong with you people? Take your analytics and shove it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to get that off my chest. Kick field goals, punt the damn ball. Oh. All right. Sorry.
And Georgia's just as guilty when they close the gap. They go for it midfield when they could pin Notre Dame deep. And Notre Dame did nothing offensively for the game. They didn't.
No, until that final, whatever it was, 12-13 play, 40-yard slog of theirs. I think still for the game, Mark, didn't Notre Dame end up with like 260 total yards of offense? I think they had 219 going to the fourth quarter. It's not like they were going up and down the field here. I mean, they got a strip sack, which resulted in a touchdown 13 yards later, and then they took a kickback for a touchdown.
Right.
But in that game, you knew, well, that's going to be enough. unless you do something stupid.
I was surprised in the second half they didn't run Leonard more because it was the only offense they seemed to have. I would have run the quarterback, literally, David. I've been running him 25 times last night. I don't know if he would have ever thrown the ball. I might have dropped back a lot, but I was running my quarterback because they couldn't stop him.
Well, didn't he run for as many or more yards as he threw last night at the end of the day? Because they ran him a lot on that final drive. I mean, what did he end up with? 88 yards passing, 90 yards passing?
I think it was 90, but
I mean, by the way, we've just had Michigan beat Ohio State and Alabama and not throw for 100 yards in either game. And Notre Dame just beat Georgia and didn't throw for 100 yards. I know it's not the most aesthetically pleasing football, but you can win without throwing the ball. You can win big games against good teams without throwing the ball. Funny how that works.
But congratulations to Notre Dame. They get it done.
Yep. Big win. Huge win. He had to have it. We felt yesterday that Notre Dame had to have this one. Best team they've had in a while. All right, Georgia down to a backup quarterback. This a flawed Georgia team. It was a virtual pick'em game. Go win it.
And the Irish did. Thanks in large to a couple of boneheaded plays by Georgia's walk-on cornerback who got in the white and knocked over the referee. Don't know if I've ever seen that call made before, David.
I don't know either. I don't think so. A warning maybe, but not the call.
Right.
Miller and Moulton. Notre Dame with a big win. You've all lived long enough to see it. How about that? 2025 off to a big start. Miller and Moulton on a football Friday.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Less than that, because wasn't Gretzky like 893, and he's at 871 or 870? What did he get last night? 71 or 72? 871. I think he's like 22 or 23 away. Well, there's the other side of it, Wes, too, is how early can you start saying Happy New Year? Like I said Happy New Year.
January 1st, when it's the new year.
So do you only say Merry Christmas on the 25th?
No, but you can't say Happy New Year in 2024 when it's not yet 2025.
Or you can wish someone a Happy New Year. On New Year's Eve, you're walking off the plane, you could say, hey, and Happy New Year.
Have a Happy New Year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. How's your week been? New Year off to a good start? Not if you're a Georgia fan. Man,
This college football playoff sucks.
think about how dangerously close the SEC came to being zilch nada. I mean, they're a play away. A play away. Arizona State's got 4th and 13, baby. Whew. I asked you the question yesterday. Public opinion's everything in college football. It shapes the preseason polls. The preseason polls have a lasting effect throughout the year. Oh, these are the most talented teams. If it's close, you should always go with the most talented team. Think about it. We got 3 northern schools and Texas.
Yay!
We have to get to the heart of the matter, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Miller got his hands on Orange Bowl tickets last week and is very excited about going to the Orange Bowl. Very excited. But, Mark, what team do you dislike more than any other in college football?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame and Penn State will be playing in the Orange Bowl.
Oh, boy.
Next week.
Get ready for 10-7, everybody. This should be thrilling.
Actually, it'll be a really good game. I thought of you. There's a few people that I
In
thought of you.
1975, it would have been a good game.
Would have been a good game in the mid-'80s, too. Don't kid yourself. Once Holtz got to Notre Dame, they played really good games in the late 80s. They did. Hell, the 86 Penn State national title team barely got out of South Bend with a win in Holtz's first year when they went 5-6. Come on, they would have played good games in the 90s. Penn State had that great 95 team. Holtz still had it going through his time. He was there through like 96.
I was more referring to the style of football I'm going to watch as opposed to going through chronologically the good teams of Notre Dame and Penn State from 75 on. But yes.
Come on now. What's wrong with 4 yards off left tackle? What's wrong with a team having a stable of running backs? Didn't realize you were a football style snob. This all goes back to Dan Fouts and the Chargers, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, hopefully Notre Dame can do a little more offensively against Penn State than they could against Georgia. But if it's like that I got to root for 25 seconds of fun over the course of 60 minutes of football.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear the angst? Okay. It's as if he's a Georgia fan. Okay. That's how much
we got Ohio State, Texas, Notre Dame, and Penn State. I'm trying to figure out who the hell to root for in this. I think I just have to watch now. This is painful, man.
I didn't realize all these years. I mean, Michigan State only made the playoffs once.
Oh, I
Okay.
don't care.
No,
David,
no.
My
But
team's bad. All I have left is the hate I have for other teams, okay?
first off, I didn't realize you took the land grant trophy so seriously. I didn't realize you had angst towards Notre Dame or Penn State.
I don't really like Penn State.
Huh.
I don't know why, but I don't really like Penn State.
Uniforms too bland for you? Is that it?
Maybe that's it.
Because, the Alabama uniform's just as bland. It's just the colors
you know what it really comes from, David? It's one guy. I don't like Penn State because of one person.
Huh.
And it was after the whole Sandusky saga.
Right.
There was a restaurant that I used to go have breakfast in.
Okay.
And I don't know if he was one of the owners. I don't know if he was a manager. I don't know what he was. But he worked the cashier's desk and looked to be someone of importance, at least acted that way in the restaurant.
Okay.
And he wore a Penn State hat every day. And after that, he wore it defiantly. As, we are. You guys are wrong. Joe Pa had no idea of what was going on. Mm-hmm. And in the midst of all that going on, I thought it was maybe the wrong time to be a proud Penn State. Like, for instance, when Michigan State got into their problems with Nasser,
Right.
and all the things were found out about what a scumbag he was and how the university allowed it for years. I threw all my Michigan State stuff in a garbage bag. I refused to wear it until the Board of Trustees was completely replaced because they were incompetent in how they handled things at my university.
So that guy at the restaurant
Made me hate Penn State.
Do we need to go back to the restaurant and see if he's
I won't go
there?
back. I quit going.
Well, but maybe he was just the manager or what have you. We go back. Maybe
I'm done with this guy.
Hey, and you have tickets to this game.
Uh-huh.
Tell you what.
And I was talked into it. And, to say I'm excited about going is a little bit of an overstatement.
Well, you were, in theory. You were.
No,
okay.
I mean,
Little?
a very little.
Oh, okay.
It was one of those things. It's my wife's coworker. He wanted to go with somebody. He's like, do you want to go? And my wife's like, he'll go.
Honey,
I got to get up at 4:30 in the morning the next day.
I was going to say you'll be lucky to get 3 hours sleep.
Right.
That's if you leave early 4th, just to beat the traffic and get out of there. Which I advise you to do, by the way. You may need to start having that conversation with the gentleman, and I know it's his tickets, but you may want to start having that conversation now. Going, just so you know, we can't stay to the end. I got to get out of there.
Not if it's a close game. You got to stay.
Okay.
So I got roped into a pretty expensive ticket, and now I get to see Penn State play Notre Dame.
Yes, you do.
12-3 your final.
It will not be 12-3. It'll be in the
9-6?
20s. It'll be in the 20s. I promise. All right.
You think both teams in Notre Dame, Penn State will get into the 20s?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay. I hope you're right. I
do. Both teams have competent quarterbacks. Both teams have a stable of running backs. Yeah, I do. You can run the ball in Penn State. Okay. And they did a decent job against Ginty. They did. But you can run the ball in Penn State. Penn State's defensive line is very athletic. You can physical the Penn State defensive line. You can. Okay. I think Notre Dame will run the ball effectively. That'll set up a passing game. And I think Penn State's offensive line is far superior to Georgia's. They'll do a better job against Notre Dame's front. All right. Penn State offensively is finding themselves here. With the Big Ten title game lost to Oregon, and ever since, they're finding themselves. Wide receivers are stepping up. Aller's letting it rip a little bit. I think the game, to me, don't get me wrong, I don't think we're going to get 30-28, but I do think you're going to get 24-20. I think you'll get some offense.
I think first one to 20 wins.
Okay.
I think first one to 20 wins. I think it could be 17-10. I think both teams are a little offensively challenged in how they play football, but we'll see.
Marcus Freeman's apparently going to go for every 4th and 2 or less, no matter what the field position is. So Penn State may get some points off of that. Oh, man. And to think Marcus Freeman outcoached Kirby yesterday.
Oh, yes, he did. It wasn't close. Kirby, all that time to prepare and got outcoached, I thought, badly in that game.
And yet I thought Marcus made 2 horrendous decisions. Defense bailed him out the one time, and the officials bailed him out another. Can I ask a question? And listen, we don't play football, but when everybody in the stadium knows that they're trying to draw you off sides, how does it still work from time to time?
It's a great question, David.
I mean, when the announcers know, when the people on their couches know, when everybody knows, when they're screaming from the sidelines, don't jump, don't jump. Why does someone jump?
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000
now.
The
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, ambient, if Ohio State stays at the level that they're at now, yeah, they're going to win the Natty. But, sometimes you don't play your A game. Irish football, how old are you? Biggest win since? Because I think it's the biggest win since you were in like third, fourth grade. Funny thing is, Johnny Yo, I grew up in North Jersey, okay, and it's damn near the only teams that we got on TV too. Although we didn't get much West Virginia unless they played Penn State or Pitt. But I grew up with Notre Dame, Penn State, and then, little Ohio State or Michigan. But mostly Notre Dame, Penn State. Okay, music, you and Mark.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us in a little more than an hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. On a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Got a little extra grit in that voice this morning. Way to go. Got the golf shirt on. You golfing later?
I am.
All right. That'll be good.
I am. Slap Whitey around a little bit.
The mood you're in. That ball's going to be hurting today. Man,
Just want to get to the range. Pound some range balls for a little bit. I'll feel better.
You are going to be early on, man. You are going to send that sucker far. It may not be straight, but you are going to send that sucker far. A little built up animosity there. By the way, Mark, you've got someone in the Twitch chat room. I believe it's Johnny Yo, who said the 4 teams I hate more than any other in the semifinals.
Yeah, I don't really hate Texas. I got nothing against Texas. I just don't give them much of a chance against the Buckeyes.
Okay, music feels. Now, people are going to make a big deal out of the 5, 6, 7, and 8 seeds. Mark, what was that factoid that you let someone in the Twitch chat room know right before the show?
They were all favorites, David. Every one of them. 2 of them were double-digit favorites. Notre Dame ended up 1.5 point favorite by the time kick happened. And Ohio State was a slight favorite over Oregon.
So the 4 favorites won. Not the 4 top seeds, but the 4 favorites. So the committee can decide whether or not they want to reseed or how they're going to do this down the road. But the semifinals are set, and Week 18 of the NFL is about to kick off. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
biggest win for Notre Dame since they beat Florida State in 1993. I know they beat Clemson a few years back in the DJ ukulele game. All right, when Clemson was 1 or 2 in the country, but it's a regular season game in October. All right. Notre Dame beat Georgia 23-10. They scored 17 points in 54 seconds between late second quarter and the opening kickoff of the third quarter. A field goal, a strip sack, which led to a fumble recovery on the 13, quick touchdown pass. So 10 points in the final minute of the first half, and then opening kickoff of the second half, and 3-3 became 20-3, and you could put it in the books. Notre Dame all but ran out the clock with a 12-play, 7.5-minute drive, which started after they stopped Georgia inside the 10 on fourth down. That was pretty much the game. Notre Dame won despite 90 yards passing, largely because they held Georgia to 62 yards rushing on 29 attempts. Notre Dame and Penn State. Northern football is alive and well. They'll meet in the Orange Bowl next Thursday. Mark Miller will be there live.
Yeah, boy.
Gator Bowl, as we projected. Ole Miss a 17-point favorite. Duke down to their third-string quarterback and backup running backs. And Ole Miss was going to say, yeah, we ain't Alabama, we ain't Miami, we ain't South Carolina. I got my starting quarterback in Jackson Dart, and I'm going to throw it all over the field. Did you see Lane pull a Spurrier last night?
I did not. I did not watch much of the Gator Bowl, David. In fact, I'll be really honest with you. I didn't watch a play.
Well, I wasn't watching either. I read about this. Okay. I had put the game to bed and gone to bed. But Jackson Dart had 4 touchdown passes for Ole Miss, including a 69-yard touchdown with 1:27 to go when the score was 45-14. Duke did return the next kickoff for a touchdown to make the final 52-20 Ole Miss. That's a cover. Jalen Milroe and linebacker Jihad Campbell. They arguably 2 best players at Alabama that are eligible for the draft anyway. And they both said, yeah, we're out of here. We're going to the draft. So there. NFL, Bailey Zappi gets to start for Cleveland tomorrow afternoon in Baltimore. 4:30 kick, a Ravens win, and they're only 18-point favorites. And they win the North and lock up the 3 seed. Meanwhile, Cleveland's trying not to screw up. Where are they drafting right now? 3rd? I think they are.
Yeah, they're 3rd.
So Cleveland trying not to screw that up. Pro Bowl selections came out late in our show yesterday. 9 Ravens, 7 Lions, 6 Vikings, 5 Eagles. 5 Chiefs also, but no Mahomes for the first time since, he became Patrick Mahomes. 4 teams did not have a Pro Bowl representative. The Jets, the Titans, the Saints, and the Miami Dolphins. Had a lot of high-priced guys on that team to not have a Pro Bowl selection. The Jags had their long snapper and punter get honored. The Bucs had Vita Vea and Tristan Wirfs be selected as backups. Shaq Barrett, by the way, said, I don't just want to come back and play a couple games this year for the Bucs. I want to play 2 to 3 more years. Okay. And he also said he chose Tampa over Detroit and Philadelphia. We talked about that. Would anybody else even pursue him since he and his agent had said, hey, I want to go to Tampa? I don't know about you. If you're Shaq Barrett, even if your intention is to next year play with the Bucks, would you have signed with them now?
Well, from a football standpoint, no, but we all know there's a lot more going on in his life. He wanted to stay close to home. This is a decision that I don't think, unless you're in his shoes, David, you could make.
And there's there's a lot that's gone on in his life. He and his wife lost a daughter about a year and a half ago. And yeah, it hasn't been easy for the Barrett family. That's for sure. But I got to admit, I got snaps in Detroit and I got a shot at a ring in Detroit. I could sign with Tampa in February, if you know what I mean.
Yep. No, I know what you mean.
NBA. Do you know the Heat shot 57% and lost? Yeah, Tyrese Halliburton. I will say this about Tyrese Halliburton. When he brings his A game, you're going to come after me with this, and I understand it. He's the closest thing, when he brings his A game, he's the closest thing I've seen to Isaiah Thomas.
Okay.
He's not Isaiah Thomas, but man, when he brings his A game, it's kind of like, what do I want to do tonight? Do I want to score? Tell you what, for the next half hour, I'm just going to pass the ball. 33 points, 15 assists for Halliburton last night in the Pacers 128-115 win. Celtics were undermanned.
And the Heat benched Jimmy Butler for the fourth quarter last night, too. I mean, that's the other side of this.
Right. Jimmy now trying to say that he's content. Yeah.
No, he said just the opposite.
I thought he said things are peachy.
No.
No?
As a matter of fact, he said he has lost joy. I want to see me get the joy back from playing basketball. And when asked if he could regain his enthusiasm while playing with the Heat, he responded, probably not.
Okay.
No. He wants out.
Gotcha.
I thought he's announcing that he wants out.
Okay. So I'll say this about the Heat, though. The Heat will sit him on the bench for the rest of the season. I mean, they're the one organization that would be like, Jimmy, you're not going to win this power shot. We may decide to get rid of you, but it's not going to be because of you. Just so you know that. Celtics got 33 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists from Jason Tatum in a 118-115 win to Minnesota. The Nets led in Milwaukee by 24, held on for dear life, beat the Bucks 113-110. The Nets are supposed to be tanking. They keep trading away their best players, and yet they still keep winning far more games than their organization wants them to. OKC won their 13th in a row. Interesting game coming up, I think, tomorrow. OKC's won 13 in a row. The Knicks have won 9 in a row.
That's
They're going to play each other.
Yeah.
OKC beat the Clippers by 18. Golden State beat the Sixers by 34. Steph with 30.
And Embiid played. I mean.
Right.
You need to throw that in when it's Philly. I almost feel like you're obligated.
You know what? You're right, Mark. I do need to say, okay, between Paul George, Embiid, and Maxey, how many of them played tonight?
Right.
LeBron with 38, and the Lakers beat Portland 114-106.
He almost shot his age.
Almost. I think he's already now top 15 all time in scoring for those 40 and older. All right. He turned 40 on Monday. College hoops, 4 games involving ranked teams last night. The best matchup. Welcome to the Big Ten, Oregon. They were hosting Illinois, and the Illini flew to the Pacific Northwest and beat the Ducks by 32. 109-77. Oregon's ranked 9th in the country, by the way. They got beat at home by 32. Wow. Purdue went to Minnesota, won in the barn by 20. I'll give it up to Penny and Memphis. Check out their schedule so far this year. Man, they've played everybody. They went to FAU, beat the Owls by 28, 90-62.
They were a 3.5 point favorite in that game and just blew their doors off.
I'll tell you what, Penny's done it. And he even said, first couple of years here, I was not good. It took me a while to figure it out. Gonzaga beat Portland by 31. ASUN action got underway last night. Jacksonville lost at home to Lipscomb. North Florida lost at home to Austin Peay. Lipscomb and Austin Peay considered the two best teams in the ASUN. Stetson lost in Charlotte against Queens. FGCU began conference play with a win against a newcomer in Western Georgia, 79-68. Eagles needed that. North Alabama beat Bellarmine at home, 82-66. Women's basketball, FGCU, Florida State, Stetson, all winners. North Alabama in overtime, a winner. Florida, Jacksonville, Miami, North Florida, FIU, all losers. By the way, 3 unbeatens left in men's basketball. Tennessee, Florida, and Oklahoma. 6 unbeatens left in women's college basketball. UCLA, LSU, Maryland, Ohio State, Georgia Tech, and the Lady Vols are 13-0. Thank you very much. NHL, Panthers lost at home to Carolina 3-1. Lightning lost in San Jose 2-1. Yeah. That's not a good night at the office. Rangers behind Jonathan Quick beat Boston 2-1. Ovechkin scored his 871st goal, but the Caps lost in overtime to the Wild 4-3. And Mark, your Wings have won 3 in a row.
That's a streak.
They scored with 36 seconds left in regulation to beat Columbus 5-4. World Juniors in Ottawa. The U.S. advanced to the semis by beating Switzerland 7-2, but the host nation is out. Canada in the quarterfinals sent packing by Czechia 4-3. It'll be the U.S. and Czechia in the semis, Sweden and Finland in the other semi.
What a choke job by Canada in this. They want the coach's head. They want everybody's head. This is a big deal up there. And for them to get bounced this early, it's an embarrassment.
It's the second consecutive World Juniors where they got bounced in the quarters, don't even get a chance to medal. And you're right, Mark. I was listening to NHL radio yesterday, and they were doing comprehensive coverage of the World Juniors.
NHL radio, huh?
Yes. Yes. I admit it. Proudly, I might add. Proudly.
First step to knowing that you have a problem is admitting that you have one, David.
And being proud. Mark, I'm like the guy at that restaurant. We are Penn State.
Yep.
I am MLB and NHL radio.
Yes, you are.
And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. That's right. The hot stove talk's not working for me. Let's get some World Juniors coverage.
Wow.
Yep.
That's something. Good for you.
What am I going to do? Throw on the national stuff and hear about the NBA? Please. Hey, the guys at TNT, they come on every night, by the way, and talk about how awful their product is. Shaq, Kenny, and Barkley. Seriously. If I'm the NBA, I want to cancel this show now. Pat Kirwan, 1 hour from now on Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Congratulations, Ambient. DC Jimmy Butler wasn't going to go in his first year, if at all. I don't know that Jimmy Butler is a Hall of Famer. Close. Well, you got to remember,
Jake Plummer played college ball in the late 90s. Actually, it wasn't his senior year, the 96 team. So, I mean, Jake's almost 50. If not 50. I wish he hadn't been so aggressive last night, Irish. I thought midfield, he should have punted. I got away with it on his own 18 because his wide receiver moved before the lineman was offsides. So that could have been disastrous. But I like him. The kids love him. And he's got a lot of former players' sons.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Pat Kirwan to join us 1 hour from now. We'll go through the week's games in the NFL. Obviously, the headliner, the Lions and the Vikings Sunday night. I want to stick with college football for at least one more segment, Mark, because now that we're down to 4, and, whether the final 3 games, we're at the point now that we've been at for the last 10 years. And then there were 4. So what's going to happen from this point forward, in a way, we've experienced before. What's new is what just took place. So over the last 3 weeks, what do you got? We're sitting down now. You want to run a bowl. Okay, so just imagine your bowl has happened. We're having breakfast the next morning. And I turn to you and I go, all right, so we did this thing. What'd you think?
Well, I think that the first 2 rounds of the playoffs have been very lackluster. We did not get many competitive games.
Okay.
We had far more blowouts than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's a sample size of 1 year.
Right.
I don't want to change anything heading into next year. I'm fine with I'm fine that all the teams with byes lost. I'm fine with how we put some teams in. This was a quirky year in college football. I think we learned from it, but I don't think we need to make massive changes heading into next year.
So you would not change the seeding structure or delve into reseeding after the first round of games before next year's 12-team tournament?
I think I could be talked into reseeding, if anything. I think that's a good idea. But again, it's a sample size of 1. We worked on this whole system for a while. And after 1 year, because it didn't go the way people wanted, we're going to blow it up and start over. I don't subscribe to that philosophy. I'd rather see a little larger sample size before we start making changes.
Is there anything that you're pretty sure a year from now you're going to change, though? I can see you not wanting to overreact. You're like, guys, come on. It's a 2-year thing at 12. We can't agree to just sit back and let the 2 years play out before we make changes before we go to 14. Okay, so I get that. I think that's mature. Like you said, hey, it was a crazy college football year. Okay, we'll see whether or not this is going to be the new norm or whether this was an outlier. So I like that. I do. It's kind of like what we've been talking about in the NFL. What organizations can handle a bad year? Okay, if you're running the college football playoffs so far, I mean, in a sense, you love who your Final Four is. I mean, ESPN is doing the flippin' happy dance. Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Penn State. I mean, ESPN's like, we could have an Ohio State Notre Dame natty. Are you serious? I mean, so they're thrilled with this sucker, at least going forward. But is there something that you're pretty sure you're saying to the room, come on, guys, let's not overreact. But in your back pocket, you're like, yeah, we're going to be addressing this in a year.
Yeah, the reseeding after round one. I mean, we all have to admit, even though Oregon got boat raced by Ohio State, to go undefeated and do everything you did in the regular season, and your reward is to get the Buckeyes in your first playoff game, didn't seem to make the most sense.
Oh, I agree with that. I think the problem, though, for the committee is right now how they want to do the seeds. Because if they're going to reward the conference champions, much like the NFL rewards the division champions, we hand out the top 4 seeds based on their records. Well, that's how college football now wants to do the top 4 seeds in college. Well, as we get in the NFL, like we could have a 14-3 loser of the Detroit-Minnesota game going to 10-7 Tampa. Isn't that essentially what we had with Ohio State? I mean, they would have been the 5 seed, and if you know what I mean. Although I know you're saying it was Texas against Arizona State, but I just think, Mark, to me, to avoid Oregon getting Ohio State in the future, you have to redo the seeding from before the games are played. Like, to me, A, they got to go to 8-16. And B, I'll seed the 5 conference champions in amongst the top 8 so that I give them a home game a la the NFL where you can win your division at 9-8 and still get a home game. This way, Boise would get a home game. Arizona State would have gotten a home game. All right. Clemson would have gotten a home game, but they might have been the 8th seed. But still, Mark, if we do that, because then in theory, the best non-conference champion could be the 3.
Right. I do like the fact, David, that you've already jumped this to 16. I mean, you've bypassed the 14.
Yes.
You're already at 16 teams.
Yes. Because to me, 14 is an awkward number. To me, if we're going to expand beyond 12, then I think you just go straight to 16. Okay? Everybody because the one thing I am curious about next year, Mark, is how will the teams who got the bye do? Because right now they went 0-4. Now they were expected to go 0-4. They were the 4 underdogs. 2 of them double-digit underdogs. But the teams that got the byes all lost. How will the teams who got the byes do next year? So that this way, when you want us to sit down a year from now, let's just say they go 1-3 again. Because if you think about it, the 3 and the 4 seeds next year will probably be underdogs in their games.
Yes, absolutely.
So then it's like, well, teams aren't going to want the bye, for goodness sake. I mean, look, we're 1-7. Why this bye thing may not work. So, I'm glad that in your world, you're like, guys, we're not making any changes right now. I don't care what you say. I'm with you on that. I want to see if next year's season plays out like this year. Like, I think, by the way, this will be the norm. We may not get an Indiana every year, but we're going to get unbalanced scheduling for the rest of our lives.
We didn't just get an Indiana. We got an Arizona State that came out. I know they won their conference, David, but Arizona State was picked to finish last in their conference.
Correct.
They went to the playoff. Boise was picked before the season to be the most likely group of 5 team to go. They fulfilled their obligations and did that.
Yes.
But we did have Boise State, Arizona State, Clemson snuck in, Indiana. I mean, it was a little bizarro world.
Yes, it was. A team who bought their way into a conference, SMU, damn near winning it and getting an at-large bid. We're going to have this discussion. Listen, next year when the SEC is beating themselves up again and you got a 9-3 team going, come on now, put us in. We're going to go, yeah, we didn't last year, and that turned out to be smart. And you'll come back with, well, how can you say that? Indiana and SMU laid eggs. Yeah, your 3 lost teams did great in the bowls, didn't they? They really showed they belonged.
I do think, David, though, next year they are going to take a lot more consideration into scheduling. Like, I don't know if a 12-1 or 11-1 Indiana rather gets in next year.
That I agree with. I do. I do think they're going to continue to try to uphold the conference championship games, though. I think if we have an SMU situation next year, I think they will get that team in also. They are not going to want to punish teams who earn their way into the conference championship game for losing the conference championship game. How can you reward a team that wasn't good enough to make a conference championship game over a team that was good enough? That I think they'll continue to uphold next year, but I agree with you, Mark. A year from now, Indiana will not get in.
That's what I think the difference is. And I do think, you have the committee, but you have the ADs that are in charge of, and the conference commissioners that are in charge of how we determine who gets in the playoff. And I know that the SEC and Big Ten carry a lot of weight, but if I'm one of those conferences, I'm not voting at all with anything they say. I'm going to try to outflank the Big Ten and the SEC to make sure that my conference champion always gets, whether it's a bye or a home game or whatever the case may be. I do think there's power in numbers from the rest of college football that they can stand up to the Big Ten and the SEC.
If only Arizona State had held off Texas. Because then they'd have so much more weight behind their defiance, if you know what I mean, over the course of the next 12 months. Brett Yormark, the Big 12 commissioner, by the way, came out yesterday. He all but basically said, yeah, I called the Big Ten office, still haven't gotten an answer. We need to have uniformity with targeting going forward. We need to have a national where it doesn't matter what leagues, crew, or what have you is doing it. Everybody's got to know what the deal is. Good luck with that. These are the times when not having a centralized commissioner of the sport that can oversee Steve Shaw is technically in charge of national officiating, but we all know every conference does their own thing.
What changes do you want to see made, if any, to the college football playoff for next year? Twitch chat room, 21,000 on the text line. If you haven't texted the show in a while, the keyword is Miller to 21,000 for your opinions and ideas on what should be done, if anything, to the college football playoff. I want status quo for next year. I don't want to see changes. I think that's overreactionary.
I'm with you, by the way. I'll do one more year of this. And to those that say, the playoff has sucked. Yeah, you know what the playoff gave us? A great November with a lot of meaning. So I'll take 6 bad games in December for a great November.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't believe so, JDR.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan in 40 minutes time. Just throwing out an idea for a poll question. Who you're rooting for from this point forward in the college football playoff, and list the 4 teams. Okay, of course, a lot of people don't like those 4 teams and would like a 5th choice to be anyone else but them. But you know what I'm curious about going forward? You and I do a lot about TV ratings. Is the South going to watch? Usually the question is the North going to watch? You know, years we've had 2 SEC teams playing, or 3 of the 4 Final Four teams, or Southeast, like 2 SEC and Clemson, or 2 SEC, Florida State. You know, is the North going to watch? Well, Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame are involved. And then there's Texas.
Well, you know, pride of the SEC, Texas, David.
Right.
It's one of theirs.
Uh-huh.
I mean, are they going to chant SEC, SEC, SEC if Texas wins a natty?
If they win the natty, they will. Yes, they will. If they win the natty, they will. But right up until that point, Mark, they're like, whatever. But then it's like, hey, way to stick up for the Shield there. And welcome to the conference. You guys can stay. Good job. So I'm just kind of curious. I mean, because the SEC fan is bummed today because Texas is not really one of theirs. Georgia is. And they have formed their opinion about Georgia over the years. And even if it's just the recent years, they have formed their opinion at least. Hell, they might have been watching the root for Penn State quietly. They have formed their opinion. I'll just be curious. Will Birmingham watch when they have no rooting interest?
I think Birmingham will watch. The better question is, will Atlanta watch, if you know what I mean?
Right. Will Charlotte watch?
Right.
Right. One other thing is going to come out of the Final Four. So we haven't talked much about this, which is surprising considering we've talked about money in college athletics for a long time now. You know how these teams and conferences get paid out, right? So like you make the playoff, you get X amount of money.
Right.
Well, if you're a member of a conference, you split that money with the conference.
Right.
Right. Mark, what is Notre Dame?
Notre Dame. They are their own conference.
Well said, Mark. Very well said. So, Mark, who does Notre Dame split their money with?
The Pope.
A couple Catholics here talking. Just give us a moment. So, for example, Georgia, or I should say Texas, by making the semis, has earned the SEC $14 million. Well, now we got to divvy up the pie. Right. Yeah. Notre Dame
doesn't even buy a water fountain.
Right.
After you split this sucker up.
Notre Dame, meanwhile, they have $14 million. They have the pie. And this is how it worked when Notre Dame played Indiana in the first round. After Indiana's share was divvied up, Notre Dame pocketed $3.7 million more than Indiana for playing in the same game. Never mind, Notre Dame pocketed what they pocketed last night while Georgia had to split it. So, once again, remember when people said, well, Notre Dame not joining a conference, And they're never going to get a top 4 seed. They've gotten a home playoff game that didn't have to share with anybody, and now they're into the semis and they don't have to share anything with anybody. Mark, how's it working for them not getting a first round bye so far?
Seemingly really well, David.
Really
the
well.
Offers are full.
Right. And because they're winning, well, they get their choice of players to spend all that newfound money on. Boom. Now, it does make you wonder, and I don't believe they can change this until at least when they go 14. But, Mark, I'm not sure if they're allowed to change this until this 7-year contract that they signed with ESPN is up. I don't know if they can change the financial windfall that a Notre Dame can get versus everyone else in the country, essentially, in the college football playoff structure. Because you do know this is going to come up. I mean, when they meet in late January and February, I mean, people are going to look at Swarbrick and go, you swindled us, didn't you? You got one over on us. And he's going to go, what are you talking about? We can't get a bye. Okay, blah, blah, blah.
This is the system you created.
Right.
You were the ones that dictated what would happen to Notre Dame.
You turned to me and said, hey, because you're an independent, you can't be one of the top 4 seeds. And we went, okay. I mean, in theory, it should be harder for us to make this tournament, right? What did we say all year? Once they lost to Northern Illinois, Notre Dame has been playing playoff games since mid-September. When they rattled off 10 in a row and went to USC, we all said, yeah, they can't lose at USC. They'll be kept out. Now, as it turned out, don't know if that would have been the case, but it was the week after the major upsets of Alabama and Ole Miss, and we still thought Notre Dame couldn't lose to USC. That 10-2 Notre Dame doesn't get invited to this sucker. When the one loss is to a 28-point favorite against Northern Illinois.
And the other one would have been to a mediocre USC team. It would have been fascinating. Would Alabama at 9-3 have gotten in over 10-2 Notre Dame?
Certainly the schedule would have come into play again because Notre Dame's schedule largely fell apart on them. It looked much better in August than it turned out to be. And I know I said Jack Swarbrick for Notre Dame. He negotiated it. The NBC executive, I think Bavacqua, he's now in charge at Notre Dame, but forgive me.
You're not wrong. I mean,
it's, the same position anyway.
Right.
So they got their own TV deal. They don't share the NBC money with anybody.
Nope.
And they don't share if they make the playoff money with anybody. And they still got a home game out of the deal.
It worked out pretty well for Notre Dame.
It's working out really well for Notre Dame. Never mind the fact that, the first round draw was pretty good. Right. So now, I mean, Mark, $14 million. I mean, that used to be a lot of money in college football. I mean, now apparently it's, I don't know, 2 quarterbacks, 2 linemen, 2 wide receivers for 1 year.
As long as Quinn Ewers isn't one of those players, because that'll eat up most of that money.
Right. What's his price tag supposedly
6.
up to? 6.
Somebody offered him 6.
6. Yeah, I think
Did you see him throw into double coverage nonstop when they were leading? Just, you sure about Quinn Ewers? That's all.
Tell you what, though, if you're Quinn Ewers and the NFL's telling you you're a second-round pick, I'm taking that $6 million.
I am too.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully work my way to a first-round pick.
And if not, well, at least I have the $6 million, which will be what I'll make over the next 4 years total if I'm a second-round pick. Miller and Moulton. So, yeah, things are going really well for Notre Dame.
And Notre Dame is a 1.5-point favorite over Penn State in the Orange Bowl. Pat Kirwan, 30 minutes away, right here on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I just saw a Beano Cook anecdote. They're funny. So Beano Cook loved Pitt. Well, if you loved Pitt, you hated Penn State and Notre Dame. And so Penn State and Notre Dame only started playing each other in like 81. And apparently Beano Cook was at the game and he told Ernie Accorsi, okay, quote, "This is like effing Stalingrad. I can't root for either side." Hey, are we picking games?
Sure.
No, I mean against the spread.
Oh, we can. You got him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
It's not appetizing at all. It's awful. Adam, I can't believe you're still watching Jags football. Especially you, a new father, right?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till Pat Kirwan joins us at the top of the hour on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton is how you follow us on X. I held off for as long as possible before trying to make picks because I got to admit, this week's games are
This hard.
whew. And not only that, they're just not very appealing on paper. I mean, they may turn out to be great. Who knows? Maybe the teams that have nothing to play for, they all, play like the Niners and the Lions did on Monday night. And maybe we actually get a really entertaining final week. But, like we've got a longtime Jags fan in the Twitch chat room. And he just wrote, can't believe I only have one more week of Jags football. And we're like, we can't believe you're still watching. I mean, seriously. Not that you're still not a fan and you're not, hoping they win as opposed to lose, but I mean, some of these teams are largely unwatchable.
David, let me ask you a question. Before you got involved in all of this, the sports media world that you're in, and you were just a fan, and I know this goes back mainly to college and high school because you've been in the business for a long time.
Right.
But even when you were early in the business, I'm guessing your fandom was still a lot larger then than it is now.
Absolutely.
You've talked about how bad the Giants were.
Yeah.
Did you watch week 16?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, that's what you have to remember because one of the parents on the daughter's soccer team is a diehard Browns fan. The poor guy. He's a Buckeyes fan, so he's probably feeling pretty good with that. But they were, they're obviously really bad. And I'm like, you still watch every week? He's like, oh, yeah. Yeah. I watch every game, no matter what.
Yeah.
I said, you still take the losses as hard when you're as bad as you are. He's like, oh, yeah. Oh, every bit as badly as I do when they're good. No. He said, I root for my Browns and I want the Steelers to lose.
No, I hear you. I vividly remember watching the 3-12-1 Giants wrap up the 83 season in Washington against the then Redskins and watching every second of that game. Absolutely. Now I was, 18, but oh no. And even in recent years, no, I get what you're saying.
Because
But-
you and I have turned into watching our team to watching the best game. We just want to watch the best players play.
I have to admit, like last week, I was torn because, went into last week's games and the Giants are going to get the number one pick. Mark, I'm 59 years old. They haven't had the number one pick in my lifetime. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, this will be cool, I guess, exciting. Let's see if it's going to be Deion's kid or Cam Ward. And okay. And hopefully, they pick the right one or, and then they get off to a good start against Colts. And the lifelong Giants fan in me was like, okay, all right. Nice to see you guys playing well. Yeah. And then the Colts cut it to 2, and they're lining up in the fourth quarter to go for 2 and tie it. And I'm like, I don't know what I want. I mean, I deep down, in my childhood, where, it's like inside me going, you want to win. It's the Giants. It's your favorite team. You want to win. And my head's going, we need a quarterback. We need a quarterback.
And if we win, we're not going to get one.
Right,
We're not going to get one.
We need a quarterback. So yeah, I even on the plane, I was torn at 59 years of age. So I get it. I do. Not fully.
We talked about New Year's resolution. What do I want in 2025? I would love my fandom to come back. I'm not kidding. I'd like my teams to do a little bit to bring my fandom back. But I would love to have that angst when my team loses, that joy when my team wins, because I don't have it the way I did 20, 30 years ago. Not even close.
Top 4 teams in the draft at this moment are New England drafting first, and they drafted Drake May. So they're not going to take a quarterback, but will they take best player on the board, or will they trade out? Tennessee right now is number 2. You have to figure Tennessee is going to take a quarterback.
Absolutely.
This to me is fascinating. Cleveland right now is 3rd.
They have to take a quarterback, David.
I would.
They have to.
I would. Don't care about the $46 million. Don't care. Don't care. Start off next year with Deshaun, and then when the kid's ready, you put Deshaun on the bench. Don't know what to tell you.
And how do you get away with getting rid of a high-priced quarterback and cutting him or parting ways? You have to have one on a rookie contract.
Right. Look at the Falcons with Penix, right?
Look at the Broncos.
And then the Giants right now are 4th. Here's, though, to me, quickly, the Patriots are home for the Bills.
Right.
Buffalo with nothing to play for. Now, I will say, with that in mind, there are a lot of people that believe the MVP race is pretty close between Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow charging hard. Burrow's going to play Saturday. Decent number of people are going to watch that game Saturday night. Only game on. Let's say Burrow has another big day. Okay. Well, Lamar will have played just before that. Lamar and the Ravens got to play. They got to win the division in the 3 seed.
Lamar potentially could end up with 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards.
And Josh
highly
Allen,
unlikely because he'd have to rush for over 100. But it's still possible that he could hit those 2 benchmarks.
And is Josh Allen even going to play?
No.
And if so, for how long? I mean, we're going to see a lot of Mitchell Trubisky in this game, which also, by the way, brings into, could the Bills lose? I mean, the Patriots are still playing. I mean, that coach wants to win. He's not even guaranteed year 2. How about Tennessee? Tennessee. Those guys want to win. They're playing for their careers. This could be the last game Mason Rudolph ever starts in his career. They're home for a Houston team that has nothing to play for.
Tennessee's a 1.5-point favorite in that game.
Right. They're number 2 in draft position, and they're favored over the division champion. By the way, I'm being told Josh Allen's already, they said he ain't playing at all. Okay, I didn't know that. So is it possible, by the way, the Browns could fall into the top pick? I mean, the Patriots are only a 2-point dog at home to the Bills, and Tennessee's a home favorite over Houston. 2 division champions with nothing to play for. And as we saw last week with the Giants, as we've seen the last 2 weeks with the Raiders, yeah, those guys are playing hard because they're playing for their careers. And guys are coaching for their careers too. So I'm just wondering. But, I mean, I'd almost want to take the week off because these games are so uninspiring and there's so much uncertainty. But
we don't take days off on Miller and Moulton. We sure as hell don't take weeks off, David.
Okay. All right. I'll pick 5. In fact, I got 6 written down.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
I have no confidence in any of these picks. I literally feel like I'm throwing darts. And along the lines here, which is pointed out by DC in the Twitch chat room, I mean, the Eagles are laying down for the Giants. The Giants could go from 1st to 9th, by the way, in 2 weeks' time with wins over the Colts and the Eagles. And you know the Giants are going to play hard. All right. I'm taking the Dolphins and laying the point at the Jets. I'm trying to stick to the road favorite mantra as much as I can. I'm going to take the Chargers and lay the 4 against the Raiders. I'm counting on the Bengals beating the Steelers and the Chargers being able to improve their seeding on Sunday with a win. They could move up to 5. I think Washington's going to keep on playing now because Washington with a win would secure the 6th seed. As opposed to if they lose, they're the 7 and they're guaranteed having to go to Philly. So I think Washington's going to want to keep on keeping on. So those are my road favorites. The Dolphins by a point, Chargers by 4, Washington by 6. I can't believe I'm going to take Tennessee and lay the 1.5.
Okay.
I keep betting the Titans. What is wrong with me?
I don't know.
I have lost so much money on the Titans this year.
64 and 62 now you are, David. 2 games above 500.
I know. I like the Rams at home getting 6.5. They were in this exact same position last year. He didn't play Stafford, Puka, and a bunch of guys. Yeah, they won with Carson Wentz. I think the guys that play are going to play really hard. Also, what does Seattle have to play for? So I'll get the Rams at home at 6.5. I'll take it. So that's 5.
Okay.
I'm going to take the Vikings in 3. First off, Detroit could win like they did the first time, and the 3 could still make it a cover. Number 1. Number 2, Detroit has an offense and they don't have a defense. The Vikings have an offense and a defense. I know Goff is better than Darnold. I get it. I just tough to win 10 in a row to end a year, which is what Minnesota would have to do. I just think at this point of the season, maybe it's because I just saw the Lions defense up close and personal. Man, it is not good. They are not going to get a pass rush. They can't cover anybody that Minnesota sends out. They got nobody to cover those 2 wide receivers and Hawkinson. I think Vikings win a shootout because I think they can get a couple stops. I'll take the Vikings to win, and I'm getting 3.
David, you and I agree on 2 games. I'm with you on Miami. I think they get the Jets and Aaron Rodgers loses his last game. I also think the Vikings get the Lions. Exactly what you said. All the Vikings to me have to do is get 2 stops the whole game and they can win. This game could be 42-34. I think it'll be really exciting. I just think, David, you basically stole my thunder there. They both have great offenses. The Vikings have a defense. Detroit does not. I don't see it. I feel terribly for the Lions if they lose this game. I'm taking Tampa and laying the big number. I'm laying the 14 with the Bucks.
Is it 14 or is it 13.5?
I got it at 14.
Okay. All right. Just trying
And
to help
David,
out.
I am very disappointed in you.
What?
Very disappointed in you.
What did I do?
You built this comeback on one thing and one thing only. Your streak on Friday nights. There are 2 games tonight. I'm taking the Moulton route right in his face. Give me North Texas plus 14 in the First Responder Bowl. And give me Va-Tech plus 9.5 in the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Look at that.
Using your philosophy and your night. And they better cover, damn it.
I got to be honest with you. I didn't even check. I didn't even realize there were games tonight. I would have loved to have had.
My bowl is actually tomorrow, the Bahamas Bowl, the game that I'm going to move to Southwest Florida.
Right.
I didn't bet it. It's Buffalo and Liberty. Buffalo's a 3-point favorite.
So the Vikings are screwed because Miller and Moulton have both picked them.
Yep.
3. So congratulations to the Lions for winning the North and being the 1 seed. Something they've never been, by the way. Unbelievable. I know most of you will be rooting for the Lions. I think deep down I'll be rooting for the Lions. And I have a big soft spot for the Vikings. Huge soft spot for the Vikings. And my best friend's favorite team is the Vikings. But I don't know. I know if Detroit doesn't win, they have no shot to go to the Super Bowl. The Vikings could lose and still go to the Super Bowl. I really believe that.
These teams match up to me so well with one another. The receivers are close. I give the edge to Minnesota. The tight ends are close. I give the edge to Detroit. Close. The offensive line, Detroit. The quarterback, Detroit. But with now no Montgomery, that kind of equals out the running game. This is going to be a great game.
You know, they were saying before the Niners game that Montgomery's going to try to come back and play against the Vikings. So we'll see. Pat Kirwan is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Pat.
Oh, yeah. Is it David there? Yep. Hey, David.
Hey, Pat.
How are you, sir?
I am pretty good.
I like to hear that. Is your schedule done now?
I got 3 NFL games.
Okay, good.
I mean, then I signed up to do 5 months of play-by-play for Jacksonville University.
I love that. The move to Jacksonville is good.
I don't know about that, but I'm trying to make the most of it. This move wasn't for me. This move was for everybody else.
Yep. Well, remember when you told me they were thinking of going to England and you were staying in Jacksonville?
Mm-hmm.
Home sweet home, Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, no, there's no doubt. If they decide they want to move again, I'm staying. I've already told them that. This place is paid. This place is paid for.
You fixed it all.
Yep, this place is paid for. I'm staying.
I have a feeling that even if it wasn't paid for, you were staying.
I think you're right, Pat.
Yeah.
But now it's definitely right.
Well, from London to a 49er game for a Monday night, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Well, it doesn't sound like you haven't brought up London in over a year, so that's probably never happening.
Well, there are still places that they're talking about moving. We'll see. I told them, I said, well, I'll be here when you want to visit.
You had to.
No way. No way. Nope.
No. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. This is the most ridiculous weekend if you're a bettor.
Oh, we just went through that. It's terrifying.
It's a good weekend to take off. Save your money for the playoffs.
We literally I said I would take this week off. Mark's like, we don't take weeks off.
No.
Okay.
There's people, maybe Mark's one of them, who see opportunity out there.
No, I see this as being a hell week to pick games.
Yeah. But, if we think back to the games we thought were good weeks, we saw locks that weren't locks. That's the reality. Is there one spoiler out there? Just someone who's got nothing left to play for, who's playing someone who's got something to play for. Can someone do something damaging like the Giants did to the Colts?
I don't know if there's a game in which that applies, though. I mean,
Well,
basically it would be Saints.
The Saints beating the Bucks.
Saints beating the Bucks.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I think Carolina will play Atlanta much tougher than New Orleans will play Tampa.
Well, that would be my choice. That Carolina could just, end it all for Atlanta while they're playing simultaneously there. So I pick them most likely.
I mean, the Chiefs winning would be doing that. They're an 11-point underdog.
I swear, if they take the lead in the fourth quarter, Andy's going to have them take a knee, so they lose. He does not want Cincinnati in the playoffs.
Well, maybe by then Pittsburgh, Cincy will be eliminated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the third hour of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
And that means Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chains. Weekdays 3 to 7, Saturdays during the season 2 to 5, and then Sundays he's part of CBS's NFL Today show. Has been for a long time. Pat joining us once again. Courtesy of Pitchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pitchers where you can't fake fresh. Pat joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. One of the weaker, well, let's see, is this the third or fourth year? Third year that we've had 18 weeks and 17 games. This seems like the weakest week 18 that the NFL has had of the last three.
Yeah, and I think we've been tracking it without knowing this would be the result, but the three of us have talked all year about the haves and the have-nots. And the have-nots started out early, and there were lots of teams by the time we got to October, they looked like their seasons were done. So the difference between the winners and the losers was great, and this is ultimately going to happen. But, you know, I always say, is there someone out there? I always go back to Detroit when they found out in the locker room before the game that they were eliminated from the playoffs, and Campbell convinced his guys to go out there and beat the Packers. Now, that's a little extreme as an example, but I'm telling you, someone out there might be able to just wreck someone's party. And there's not many parties left. That's the problem.
Pat, when you look at this season at its entirety and going back to all your training camp tours, are you surprised that we have this many have-nots? I mean, you saw a lot of teams early. You knew what they were about. Are you surprised that we're looking at a season that I don't remember one quite like this, where we've got 11 teams with double-digit losses already? We'll end up with a few more. I don't remember this many have-nots in a long time. Did you see this coming at all?
I think I could talk about that subject one team at a time, and I don't want to waste the whole show on it, but like the Miami Dolphins. You know, I was fairly confident in August that they would be good enough to make the playoffs, maybe even win the division. And that, of course, never happened. Jim deals more than I do with the Chicago Bears, but back in August, there was a lot of hype about those guys, and nothing came to fruition there. Yeah, I am a little disappointed, and it fell apart so fast for a bunch of teams. And then there's teams that I think, you know, did anybody – because I love when guys say, oh, I saw the Vikings coming. You did? Go back and check what the Vegas guys said in August.
Wasn't it 5.5? I mean,
Yeah.
It was 6.5 maybe. I mean, it was not good. We did a segment one time, I'll never forget, in July or August. We did a segment. We went through the Vikings schedule and said they better beat the Giants week 1 because I don't know how many times they're going to be favored the rest of the year.
I look, and I said it too, and I was in agreement with you guys. And of course, they're coming out of the woodwork now, calling my show, telling me, I told you so. I told you they were going to be great. I go, really? Did you put $1,000 down on them when you could have made 100,000 on the 1,000? Well, no. I said, then shut up, please.
Right.
I mean, seriously, I love the authorities with a rearview mirror. I told you guys back in August. Well, I'm happy for them. I am so impressed with their coach. And as bad as the schedule looks for week 18, that game on Sunday night is a big deal.
It's a monster. I mean,
Yeah.
they could get 40 million people watching Sunday night. I think they'll get at least 35. But to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen, 40 million would either be a Cowboys wild card game or a divisional round rating. And I think NBC might get that. I mean, if we got 22 million for Monday night Lions-Niners, don't you have to easily throw 10 million on top of that for Lions-Vikings?
Yes, I think it'll be a huge number. And it's an exciting game to think about. There's so many interesting storylines. Here's what I got into yesterday. We know the guy in Detroit, the coach, he'll go for it on fourth down. He's gone 29 times, and he's made 20 of them. The interesting piece to that is that Minnesota's defense has seen people go for it on fourth down against them 31 times. So their defense has seen a lot of fourth down defense. When you flip it over, though, I love their coach, but he's only gone for it 10 times. He is not a guy who wants to go for it on fourth down. So will he go for it in order to keep that Detroit offense off the field? I wonder.
Well, Pat, when I look at the game, and David and I just talked about it, we both kind of see the game the same way. The Vikings don't have to make that many stops against Detroit. They've just got to make a couple, it seems, because Detroit can't stop anybody.
They do. That's true. So I'm sure you guys went back and looked at the first time they played. I thought if you're going to do one thing this week is watch that game. And what jumped out right at me is, and I'll say this, and you guys shoot a hole in it, but if you settle for field goals in this game Sunday night, you lose. That's a fact. This is a touchdown scoring opportunity. That's why fourth down risk is important. Secondly, if you look at that game, twice in the fourth quarter, when I believe the score is 28-17, twice the Vikings had to settle for field goals. And ultimately that was their demise. So I wonder if you believe you can't settle for field goals, will they? I know Detroit will. Will Minnesota go for it on fourth downs, knowing we settled for field goals last time and we lost?
Pat, Aaron Glenn has seemingly shown his hand in that to not just the league but to his players, in which he has said, "Yeah, I know we may not be good enough, but I don't know what to tell you. This is how we play defense here. So you guys better play good enough because I ain't changing my style." He didn't against the Niners. And the Niners went up and down the field for 2 hours. But what happened in the final hour was he had a few guys, quote unquote, make plays. But he played the same style of defense for the whole game. Well, please tell me how they're going to get a pass rush and or cover three guys that they don't match up with at all in Jefferson, Addison, and Hockenson. I mean, Pat, they don't have a pass rush without a blitz, and they can't cover anybody. And he plays an aggressive style of defense. That's a recipe for disaster, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The offense tries to protect the defense, as we've talked about with the fourth down stuff, and they're always they're going to try to outscore you, which they did the first time, 31-29. My opinion is, and I've known Aaron for a long time. I was involved with drafting him. He played a lot of man for us. I remember when Parcells came in, he said, I don't know about all this man. And then as soon as he met Aaron Glenn, he decided, yeah, you're right. We could play man with this guy. So Aaron was raised as a man player. Now, that doesn't justify doing it. To me, this is how Pete taught me to look at the opponent. List the 5 things they can do and decide which one you're not going to let beat you. And if I'm Aaron, and he played for Belichick, I'm going to look at that and say, this week we're playing a lot more cover 2. We're going to play those corners on those receivers. We have safeties over the top. I got 2 safeties that are ball hawks. And then I'm going to say, you beat me with your running game. I'll let you rush for 200 yards. You will not beat us doing that. I hope he's come to that conclusion.
Hasn't yet this year. It will be interesting to see what they do against Minnesota because these teams offensively match up pretty well. I mean, they're pretty equal, Pat. Both have 2 dynamic receivers. Both have a good running game. Both have a great tight end. Quarterback play has been exceptional for both teams. The Lions have the edge on the offensive line. But, I mean, these offenses both seemingly have production from a lot of different spots. And I don't, if you say beat them with the run, can Minnesota beat Detroit with the run?
Well, my question is going to be, will they stick to the run? And say, yes, I know, but we have these receivers we got to throw. I am not going to let you have big chunk plays, which is what Jefferson is really all about. So I looked at Jefferson and St. Brown, and they've played 7 games against each other. And I looked at Jefferson. You know what he had? 75 targets. You know what Brown had? 70 targets. Receptions, 57 for Jefferson, 52 for Brown. Where it falls apart for Brown is in yards. And one guy, Jefferson, had almost 17 yards a catch, but they both have 4 touchdowns. So they can match that production, but I am not letting him have big chunk plays. You try to go the length of the field, and this is classic Belichick stuff, which I promise you, Aaron has talked to Bill. He's thought about how to do this, and I promise you he's going to have the courage to try to do it. He's not going to sit there and let you have fast chunk plays, 40-yard gain passes. He's not going to do it. And now that's me saying it. I know the kid well enough to know that he's probably thinking, I got to rope-a-dope this thing a lot more than people think I will, which is probably to his advantage because they're going to call man-beater plays and disguise it and get into cover two.
This is the biggest game of Sam Darnold's career. You know,
Yes.
Goff's played in a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games. So is Darnold, you know, is Darnold up for this? I mean, O'Connell's coached him up. He's got great weapons and what have you, but he ain't played in one of these before.
He's done a fine job coaching them. He had that little stint in the middle of the season where he had interceptions and everyone kept talking on the quarterback from the Jets and what a disaster. And then he cleaned it all up. He's gone a long time without major interception problems. But he's still a guy that will try. And his problems at USC are still inside of him. And that's when he has to move around, scramble, is when he will throw a pick. So where do you want to force him out? That's how we talk about this a lot. I'll force him out to his left. And then I'm going to just, have a delay, scrape guy, somebody to come and get him. That's how I see it. I think if I had to bet, he'll make a mistake before Goff does.
Sounds like Pat is picking the Lions in this game based on what I'm hearing out of you. Is that where you're leaning right now?
I am. I like it's really to David's point. I got a quarterback that's proven to me he can score a lot of points and he understands how to distribute the ball. The other guy's doing great, but I don't know that he can do what he has to do. And Goff is at home. And that place is impressive. Even when they lost, and I was there for the Buffalo game, they still came roaring back, scoring a ton of points. So I like them. The last 4 weeks, they're scoring over 30 points a game. So I'm all for betting on Detroit. Now, it's a little emotional for me because I do like the head coach a lot. And he takes a lot of heat from people. Does anyone think Detroit would be the 1 seed at this moment if Dan didn't coach the way he coaches? Yeah, he's made a couple of blunders. I get it. But he's also done an awful lot to protect the defense that's got nothing left.
So Pat Kirwan leaning Lions, Miller and Moulton are leaning Vikings on the showdown game. We'll go through the rest of the Week 18 schedule with Pat Kirwan coming up.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I love that you guys are taking Minnesota. The other reason I didn't say it, that I'm not taking them, is I don't trust that Minnesota kicker.
Well,
Where's history with Minnesota and kickers, David?
I was there.
Which one? It's been more than once.
Well, I was there for the one.
Oh, yeah, the only miss of the year?
Yep.
Oh. Yeah. We had a caller bring up, a Viking fan bring up the kicking issues. I'm telling you, the next two Viking calls wanted his address. They wanted to burn
Yes.
his house
Oh,
down.
no. You can't go there.
It's like bad karma.
Yeah, the 98 NFC Championship game is still way too painful. They have to make it to the Super Bowl for that pain to begin to dull.
It's kind of like Buffalo. You know, is Bill Parcells in the Hall of Fame because of a kicker from Buffalo?
Probably.
He makes that kick. Bill's not going to the Hall of Fame.
Well, the other thing is, Belichick's game plan's not going in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be a Minnesota kicker, and especially that one. He's young. You talk about the quarterback never in a big game. I don't know about this kid. And he just doesn't miss the long ones. He misses the 35-yarder. He misses the 50-yarder or 45-yarder. But settling for field goals is a disaster. I would play nickel defense and play cover 2 the whole freaking game and say, go, we dare you to rush the ball 40 times. They won't do it. And a lot of me, I kind of like the coach of Minnesota enough that I'd be happy if he wins. Here's a question for you, Mark. Is the loser of this game still got a chance to go to the championship game?
I don't think Detroit does if they have to go on the road.
Yeah, outside stuff.
Even though they're unbeaten on the road this year.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm asking. And what is Minnesota, 6-1 on the road?
Well, let's see. Yeah, their only loss was at the Rams.
Yeah, so you got 2, at least on the season, very successful.
I'll say this, though. I'm with Mark. If you were to tell me which team has the better chance as the 5 seed, I would say Minnesota.
I probably agree with that. But it's not like they can't win on the road because they've been doing it. But you can't hide the defense forever.
Nope.
But I'll tell you, I take my chances coaching against Nick Sirianni. Hey, who's getting fired on Monday besides Jacksonville?
I think Pierce is.
Yeah, me too.
I think Brady takes over and he hires Vrabel.
Yep. Agreed. What about Dallas?
And I think Pierce,
I think he keeps his job in Dallas.
I think McCarthy leaves on his own. His contract's up.
Yep. I think he's already got a deal.
Well, it's interesting. He got linked to the Bears yesterday.
Well, he's from that division. They all know him. They have fond memories of never beating him. They definitely have turned their tune to, we need a veteran head coach.
Oh, that's smart.
That's a fact.
Is McDaniel safe if they lose?
I hope not. I keep hearing Greer, though.
Yeah, the owner gave McDaniel a game ball at the last home game. I think McDaniel's safe, but Greer's gone.
Yeah. He didn't give him the ball and tell him to punt, did he? No.
Nice.
Way to go, Mike. You got to punt this.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton joined once again by Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show. He joins us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers, dozen locations between Tampa and Key West. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. All right. AFC North, Baltimore against Cleveland. I'm guessing we don't think Cleveland has much of a shot. At Pittsburgh, though, you tell me. I think you were part of the 86 Jets who lost 5 in a row entering the playoffs and then still were one play away from playing in the AFC Championship game. So does it matter if the Steelers enter the playoffs losing 4 in a row or not?
Well, it matters about the 5 and the 6 seed. And I think once they know, and they'll know before they play, I'm sure your listeners heard all this from you guys, Baltimore won, so then that knocks out the 3 seed. Now they're down to the 5 or the 6. You're a strategic guy, David. You like talking about projection things. Do you want to be the 6th seed?
No.
I don't.
No, you play Baltimore. No, I want to be the 5 and play Houston.
Yeah. 5 is a nice sweet spot. So they have a lot to play for. And we'll see what happens with that one. Look, Cincinnati, to me, I will say this about them. They are playing better on defense. I did not say they're playing well, but they are playing better. In fact, over the last 4 games, they're giving up slightly under 20 points a game. That's why they're on a win streak. And I hope Lou Anarumo keeps his job. I think he's a very good coach. Cincinnati's problem is they can't beat playoff teams. And this, they had a long season of misery on defense. But I kind of like Cincinnati going in there and doing it. I'd like throwing against that defense.
Denver has to beat Kansas City, who's not playing anyone. They're a huge favorite in the game. Do you have any worries that Denver does not take care of business?
I don't. I mean, in a lot of ways, it'll be more suspenseful, but I think they'll win. Kansas City doesn't need to win. I will say, I am really, if I was a personnel guy, I'd be all eyes on Carson Wentz. Because a year with Andy Reid, he's going to get a full game here, and the talent pool for quarterbacks is not very good. We already heard Cleveland say, we're looking for a guy that's won in this league. This is an audition for him. Some would think Garoppolo as well, but his medical history would shy me away from him. But I really want to see what Carson Wentz is doing because I'm always looking for the next Baker Mayfield.
Tell you what, though, Kansas City may not let him get away. They were thrilled to have Chad Henne accept at that stage of his career, I'm never going to be a starter again. And they compensated him pretty well to be Mahomes' caddy. I'm wondering if they'll try to do the same with Wentz and say, listen, unless you're being promised a starting job, stay here.
They're definitely going to make the speech, and it's not the first time that they have paid somebody to be a backup. So, yes, it's in their history to do it. They're a team that never screws up the backup quarterback, where so many teams do. The problem is there's 3 levels of entry for quarterbacks. There's one called the starter. I don't think he'll be offered that. There's one called the backup, which he'll definitely be offered. But the middle one is more interesting to me, compete to start. And the contract would reflect if you win the job, you get more money. Being simplistic here. But I think if he plays a great game, he could get a compete to start deal. And I think GM David Moulton will figure out what teams would say, hey, we'll let you compete to start.
Well, is the same hold true for Garoppolo then for the Rams against Seattle?
Yeah. Like my problem with Garoppolo is medical. He gets hurt too much. But he's going to get one of those opportunities as well. But if you go right through these rosters, you can figure out where someone would say, yeah, Wentz could come to the Raiders. Wentz could come to the Browns. We could find 5 teams that would say that to him. Compete to start deal. Got to
Pat,
play well first.
I'm curious. I listened to a little bit of your show yesterday. I know you're bothered by Mahomes not making the Pro Bowl, and I know no one cares about the Pro Bowl anymore, but I just wanted to give you a couple of seconds to,
Thank you.
first off, explain why you think Mahomes should be on, and who would you replace him? Who would you take off of the list to put Mahomes on for?
Yeah, I take Burrow off the list. Played great, but you know what we're doing? We're putting guys on for touchdown passes, which is great. I love all of them. But here's what they won't evaluate, in my opinion, properly. And if you heard me, you heard what I said. Fourth quarter, game-winning drives, fourth quarter comebacks. Let me just say this to your listeners. This year, Mahomes, he's fourth quarter comeback. He has 5. The 3 quarterbacks that are going, Allen, Burrow, and Lamar, combined for 3. Okay? You want to talk about game-winning drives? Mahomes has 7, by far the most in his career. You know what the other guys have combined? 6. No one wants to talk about game-winning drives. This guy's playing with terrible tackles. He lost his receivers. He had Pacheco go out early. And I just think it's, in my opinion, I wanted to draw attention to what Mahomes has been doing. And then when they always want to fight me, like yesterday, I go, now, you're in the fourth quarter of a game. You're losing by a touchdown. Which quarterback in the NFL do you want on your team? Mahomes. Yeah, why? Because he comes from behind and wins games. Yeah, but you don't want to evaluate it now. To me, just because he didn't throw a lot of touchdown passes, he's not in this. This is almost ridiculous. The only thing that's more ridiculous is Andy Reid has never been coach of the year in Kansas City. What the heck?
Yeah, I think Phil Jackson only won it once in his whole career. I mean, we oftentimes give that award in the major sports to somebody who takes what we thought should have been mediocre and makes it very good. We oftentimes don't reward the coaches who make great.
Yeah. So here's Mahomes, back to him. They're 15-1. He's got 7 game-winning drives. The other 3 guys combined for 6. Fourth quarter comebacks, he has 5. Those guys combined for 3. Is it the only criteria? No, but you know what? He's a money player.
Games we have no clue about, by the way. San Francisco, Arizona, both teams with nothing to play for. I mean, you got a feel on that game at all. Bears, Packers. I mean, I guess the Packers could still be the 6 if they win, and then the Commanders lose to Dallas. Any thoughts on any of those games quickly? Do you see an upset, Pat, quite frankly, Sunday?
I see one in Carolina that's possible. I don't see any probables. But Carolina, to me, they lost last time 38-20, but they are a much better team right now. And it doesn't show up in wins yet. But go look at our friends in Atlanta. They're 2-5 in their last 7 games. Carolina would love to do this. And do they think, Penix is going to get his 3rd game? I love Penix. He has thrown 1 touchdown pass. My friend over there, Mr. Young, who's been brutally critiqued, he's thrown a touchdown pass in 9 straight games already. I'm a little bit on Carolina could knock them off and eliminate them no matter what Tampa does.
Well, Pat, if I just think back to our early interviews this season when you were talking about Daniels and Nix and Williams, and through 3-4 weeks, they hadn't thrown a lot of touchdown passes either. It takes a guy a while to get used to this, and I think we're just dealing with the infancy of Penix right now, aren't we?
Yeah, and what you have is who has the advantage? Him playing 2 games or the Carolina defense studying for 2 games? So I think, do I think it's going to happen? If I was a bettor, I wouldn't probably do it, but you asked me for one, and I said possible, not probable. That's the one place that I see somebody doing something. Cleveland's not going to beat Baltimore, not the way they're built right now. Dallas Cowboys in Washington, I don't think so. No, I like the curveball of Carolina giving Atlanta some real trouble.
10 seconds. Right now, there are 3 coaching vacancies. When we talk again on Tuesday, what will the number be?
6. Just, historically, that's kind of where it shows up. I think we'll see the Raiders go down, and Jacksonville go down, and Dallas go down.
He's Pat Kirwan. 3 to 7 weekdays on NFL radio, 2 to 5 on Saturdays, unless there's a game. CBS's NFL Today show on Sundays. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, you can't bake fresh.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That's hysterical, isn't it?
All the time. He thinks about it all the time.
I do, actually. You only have to pay a lifetime's worth of dues. And my lifetime's almost up.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. On this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
It doesn't have the oomph, and I don't mean your expression there. This weekend doesn't have the oomph that a normal weekend has because, well, I mean, outside of a couple casual bowl games, most of the NFL final weekend is meaningless. I don't think fans as a whole get into playing for seeding. We got Tampa's got a win to win the South. And, Denver has to win to clinch the final playoff spot. And if they don't, now that's a different story. That I think people would react to that. And then obviously we got the showdown Sunday night. And no fantasy also. Everybody's fantasy leagues are done, right?
Yes. If they're not, they should be. If people are still having their championship leagues go to this week, they're in the wrong league.
Now, elimination pools are still on. And boy, if you're still alive in an elimination pool this weekend, you got to be one of the very few left. There's got to be big money riding with just a few of you. And you got to be talking about splitting, don't you?
Absolutely. If they're still, I mean, the two that I'm in have been done for weeks. I've been done for a while, but the two that I am in have been done for weeks.
Well, so there is someone who I won't reveal the person, but there's an ESPN crew member, okay, who has a friend, and she is one of 16 people still alive in $100 per person elimination pool.
Ooh, that's big money.
And yes, we're talking six figures.
Right.
And the discussion about, do you split or do you keep going? And apparently they each have to pick two this weekend. Two. And it's one of those you can't use the same team twice, obviously.
Right.
So, I mean, by the way, a casual football fan, not a hardcore. She doesn't play fantasy. All right. Doesn't really have a team. She just, observing, her husband and listens to sports talk and is just like, and has just said, I think so-and-so is going to win this week. I like so-and-so this week. Last week got two right. Yeah. Stayed away from the Colts. She said I had it narrowed down to three choices. She stayed away from the Colts because she thought I'll use the Colts this week against Jacksonville because she only has certain teams left that she can use.
Exactly.
So one of her two plays this week is the Colts. So
we did put up David's poll question. You get to choose from 4. Who are you rooting for in the college football playoff? Notre Dame right now getting 47% of the vote. Penn State getting 30% of the vote. The Buckeyes getting 16% and Texas getting the remainder.
I mean, the storylines are tremendous. Obviously, if Ohio State can make the title game based on the humiliating loss to Michigan. Penn State, can't win a big game. He can't win a big game. Can't win it. We said he's 1-14 against top 5 teams. Can't win a big game. Of course, the funny thing is Penn State can get to the title game not having beaten a top 5 team in the country. Boom. And of course, the obvious storyline: if Marcus Freeman were to take Notre Dame to the Natty.
Coming off of the win against Georgia last night, in which the end of the first half and the beginning of the second was all Notre Dame needed.
What was it, 50-something seconds?
Right, 17 points in 54 seconds, I believe.
Yep, you're correct. Yep.
Field goal, strip sack, threw the touchdown pass on the next play, and then returned the second half kickoff for a touchdown. And that was all she wrote for the Bulldogs, as Notre Dame went on to really do a great job at the line of scrimmage. They were relentless against Georgia's offensive line. They were in the backfield all day. Gunnar Stockton had no time to throw the football. He didn't play badly.
No, I thought he was completely let down by the group around him. First off, how many drops from Georgia receivers? For
Again, they led the country in drops this year.
And then, I mean, some of those offensive linemen just got humiliated by the counterparts from Notre Dame on the other side of them. Notre Dame whooped them. It was our last question, wasn't it? For Anthony Dasher of Georgia? We're like, listen, Anthony, for Notre Dame to win, they got to beat Georgia in the trenches. When's the last time in a big spot somebody whooped Georgia in the trenches? And he said, well, Texas gave him problems. Georgia Tech gave him problems. Okay.
And they scored enough to win by getting the touchdown in the return. I would have run Leonard a lot more if I was Notre Dame. A lot more. Because they couldn't stop him.
They finally did late. Got the running game going in the second half. Had the long drive to pretty much put the game on ice there with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. So Texas, Ohio State at the Cotton Bowl, Penn State, Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl. What, Thursday, Friday next week?
Thursday night, the Orange Bowl. Friday night, the Cotton Bowl. 7:30 starts for both.
So our last question to Pat Kirwan. We have 3 vacancies now. We have the Jets. We have the Saints. And who's the other interim head coach out there? It's obvious, right? It's got to be, and we're just missing it. All right.
I'm drawing a blank right now. I apologize.
No, hey, I am as well. Chicago.
Yeah, Eberflus. That's right.
So we have the vacancies in New Orleans and the Jets and the Bears. How many vacancies will we have that by the next time we talk to Pat on Tuesday morning? Because usually if someone gets fired, not always, sometimes it takes a while. I mean, they fire Gruden 5 weeks after the season in 2008? But usually when the firing happens, it happens within the first 24 hours of the final game. How many vacancies do you think we have, Mark?
I think Pat's close. I think 6 is probably going to be the number. I wonder if Mayo survives in New England. There's been talk of one and done there.
The reason I think he does survive is I only think that Kraft makes the move if he knows Vrabel's a yes. And if he can't get a yes from Vrabel within 40, and by the way, I don't think it would happen by the time we talk to Pat also, because I think Kraft would have to essentially do, background communications with Vrabel Vrabel can legally talk to anybody, by the way. His Browns contract ended Monday. Vrabel's interviewing with the Jets today, and he's allowed to. He's no longer an employee of the Browns. He spent the year with Stefanski in Cleveland. But the contract ended Monday. I think he would get rid of Mayo after a year for Vrabel, but I don't think he's going to have Vrabel as an option.
You think Brady's going to beat him to Vrabel, don't you?
Yeah, to me, it doesn't matter if Pierce wins again this week and wins his last 3 games and posts a 5-win season. I think Brady is bringing in his own guy, as is often the case in which they fire you. I mean, Pat Kirwan tells the story about Parcells. Parcells kept him around for a year, and then he got rid of him. And he looked right at him and he said, Pat, it has nothing to do with you. I like you. Okay, but, I got a guy. And Pat knew it. He was surprised he got the year. And I think that's going to be the case with Brady. I'll be surprised if Brady, who Mark Davis has all but said is going to be calling the shots here this offseason, if Brady goes with a coach that he has no experience with. There's also a few national people whose sources that I trust who have hinted about where it is they think Vrabel's going to go. And they haven't said the team, but they've described the situation. And I think they're describing the Raiders.
Also saw a report out this morning, David, that it's not really a report, just an opinion, but someone that's in the sports media business predicting that Brady steps away from the broadcast booth after this year. If he's going to be that hands-on with Vegas, I don't know how he can do both.
Well, I agree with that. To me, he would have to step down before the draft. That he just says after broadcasting the Super Bowl, that sometime before free agency begins or after the first couple of weeks of free agency, but before, final draft preparation, he just goes, hey, to do this right, this is all encompassing. I can't do this. But, there's a part of me, Mark, though, that thinks he won't. In fact, I think Brady will stay on with Fox, and it won't be the money. It'll be Tom doesn't walk away from a challenge, and Tom doesn't want to then be seen as a failure or only mediocre. I don't think he walks away from Fox now that he started. And I never thought he'd do a game, for the record. Never thought he'd work one game. But now I don't think he leaves being seen largely as
The problem is, I don't know if he'll ever be much better than to me. And it's not because of his knowledge. It's not because of any of those things. David, I don't think he has a great voice for television. I don't think he sounds good on the air. And at the end of the day, you need to sound good. It is a medium of audio. I mean, we're watching the pitchers and we're hearing the broadcasters. I don't think he has a great voice for it. I really don't.
The thing that has surprised me so far is he's not giving us much that we don't already know or could see for ourselves. And I would have hoped that between all of the experiences that he has, he's got to have hundreds of stories even. Now, I know that's more baseball-like, Mark, in terms of a broadcast, but there are times when you can work a story into a broadcast.
And not even a story, an experience. Hey, when I played Team X and they lined up this way, this is how we beat them.
The one thing I do like about him is he has no trouble at all saying that a quarterback screwed up. And it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. He has no problem saying, oh, that's a bad throw. He's got to make that throw. And he's got to make it every time. I mean, that I do like.
I do think it hurt a little bit, Brady, the schedule they got. You end up getting stuck with a lot of Cowboy games and a lot of the games. The way the schedule worked out, I don't think benefited Brady all that much.
So, but yes, I've seen the media predictions also that Tom walks away. Tom ain't a quitter. And I don't think he'll walk away being seen as just okay at something. But who knows? Then again, I never thought he'd work a day at Fox. I thought it was all for show for both sides after losing Aikman, to be honest.
So we'll see what happens in Vegas with that coach. Jacksonville's a done deal.
Yeah, they're both gone. As far as games, Cincy Pittsburgh, like is Pittsburgh going to snap this 3-game losing streak? And is Cincy going to at least post 9-8 and say to first the Dolphins, but then the Broncos, now you guys got to win? Or we could back our way into this sucker. I'm torn on that game. Cincy favored by 2 in Pittsburgh. It's going to be cold. I'll tell you that. I mean, not that the Bengals aren't used to it, but it will be cold. I mean, that game is going to be in the teens. Chance of light snow.
I think Cincy gets it done. I've all year long wondered how Pittsburgh was winning games. Watching them, I didn't think that they were ever as good as their record. We knew how the back end of this schedule was so loaded, and it's been exhausting for Pittsburgh. And I just wonder how much they have left to get to the finish line on Saturday.
I think Tomlin's a lot like Dan Campbell, though, in that I don't think there's, even if, it's only seeding that they're playing for, but I don't think Tomlin takes his foot off the gas, even though he's only playing for whether we're a 5 or whether we're a 6. For those in Lake City and surrounding areas in Charlotte County, have a great weekend. Diamond District bonus hours next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct.
The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. This Greg Olson. Not only did Greg Olson not get screwed, Fox did him such a solid. Hear me out. Remember, Aikman leaves, Tom retires, Fox signs Tom. Tom then decides to unretire. Fox turns to Greg and says, well, you want the job for a year? By the way, at the end of the year, you get to do the Super Bowl. All right. Oh, by the way, you're making $3 million now. We'll pay you 10. Then Tom says he wants to take a gap year. So they say to Olson, want to make $10 million for another year? And Olson in those 2 years establishes himself like, hey, I can be a top analyst. So now Greg Olson is out there for ABC, CBS, NBC, Amazon. And it's all because Fox moved him up to number one. And by the way, Fox let him do the Netflix game on Christmas.
So to my text to you last night, ESPN's college broadcast crews.
You don't like them, do you?
I'm amazed at the quality drop-off from the NFL to the NCAA with all the money they've poured into it. I'm watching that Penn State game. I didn't even know who the guy was doing the game.
The other thing is, I think people would like another network to have more of the games. You know, because like you just said, you compared him to the NFL broadcasts. What does the NFL have? They have, 4 different networks who do playoff games. What do we get? I mean, even though the games were on TNT, 2 of them, weren't they ESPN announcers who did the games?
Yes.
Right. So that's something that I think, like some people really like Gus and Joel Klatt. And you don't get, any of the Fox guys. Some guys like Brad and Gary. They got it all. They paid for it. Collinsworth signed an extension, by the way. Collinsworth's not going anywhere for a while, like 3 years.
I don't mind McDonough, Brian, but my thing with McDonough is that he gets his storyline and that's it. He was focused on one thing for that whole game last night, about the great coaching job Freeman did. That was it. They didn't move the ball. They had 54 seconds, for crying out loud.
McDonough drives me nuts on hockey. I like him on other sports.
And I didn't think McElroy added much.
Oh, Dick Enberg was the play-by-play guy for NBC in the 90s and 80s. You're not thinking of like Charlie Jones and Todd Christensen, are you?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. And you go to millerandmoulton.com if you miss any part of the show. Like if you missed Pat Kirwan an hour ago and you want to hear it, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. Down to the semifinals in college football. Final weekend of the NFL regular season. Remember, no Monday night football. Season ends with the Vikings and the Lions Sunday night. A monster. An absolute monster of a game. It's nice when you got a game with this much meaning. It feels like it's more than just winning you're in. You know, we've had that before. You know, oh, these two teams, one of them sneaks in as a wild card and the other one's out. This is kind of like, no, one of them's going to be the heavyweight. And the other's, it's still a heavyweight, but he's going to have to work his way back to get another shot at the title.
Yeah, he's going to have to fight a few more contenders.
Right.
To get his shot at the title a second time. Whereas the winner, well, 2 games away from the big game.
You tell me, do you think it matters for Green Bay? Like right now, they're the 7. They're hosting the Bears. If Washington wins in Dallas, nothing Green Bay can do. They're going to Philly. I mean, you know, we talk about the road that Oregon was going to have in the college football playoff. How about the Packers road? The way it is right now. I mean, they're a good team, right? Green Bay? I mean, they got 5 losses, but 4 of them are to the Lions and Vikings, and the other one's to the Eagles. And they'll probably have to play all 3 teams they've lost to get to the Super Bowl. On the road also. I mean, that's a hell of a draw.
And their best defensive players done for the year as he had season-ending surgery. So Alexander's not coming back in the secondary. It's a terrible draw for the Packers. Yes, I do think it matters. I think if they could be the 6, they would do anything to be the 6.
Because then they would get either the Rams or the Bucks. If by chance Tampa loses and Atlanta wins, Atlanta can only be the 4 seed, and the Rams would then be the 3. But if Tampa wins against the Saints, and the Saints are so banged up and offensively so challenged, they've scored like 9 points total in their last 2 games combined, it would be a huge upset. I mean, what's the line? 13.5, 14? You know, it's almost as big. It's bigger than Denver against Kansas City.
By the way, just a quick sidebar. Ravens-Browns is up to 20.
20
in the National Football League.
This goes back to when they were tanking for Tua, right? Early in that season, weren't the Dolphins like a 22-point underdog at New England that year? I mean, it was, somebody was awful and was like a 20-plus point dog playing Brady and the Patriots.
Well, and obviously that year that Brady and the Patriots scored all those points, they were huge favorites a lot. That's the only time I remember where a team seemed to be a double-digit favorite every week, and it looked like college spreads. But 20 points in the NFL, that's astronomical.
Yes, it is. Bailey Zappi getting the start for the Browns. Jameis, the emergency quarterback. They say it's because of the shoulder injury. If that's the case, then are we blaming the injury for the interceptions in the final 2 games that he started? No, seriously. Did he play through injury? Not just pain, injury. I mean, Cleveland's done this before. You know, Baker played through injury. I mean, that left shoulder was messed up, had to be surgically repaired. You talk to any quarterback about the significance of the lead shoulder in terms of aiming and your ability to throw accurately. And his last year in Cleveland, he played through a shoulder that in October he could have easily have had season-ending surgery for. And they blamed him and got rid of him. How's that working out?
You know what? For Baker, not all that bad.
No, for Baker, you're right. Went through some more adversity. Carolina, the Rams, right. And now look at him.
Now he's found a home, and they love him. Organization and fan base.
He's the best value at the position. I mean, this year Sam Darnold $10 million is, but $33 million for Baker Mayfield. And he's under contract for 2 more years. Oh my goodness. Wow.
And they got Evans on a deal. And Miller and Moulton were wrong. We were trading Evans earlier in the season when things were going poorly.
Right. We gave up on Tampa because we didn't think Atlanta was going to collapse. We thought Tampa, and we said it when they were 4-6. We're like, listen, they're going to be favored in 6 of the last 7. They could still win 10 games. The problem is Atlanta's going to win 10 or more games. Look at their schedule, and they own the tiebreaker. We'll say this, though, about players and and I don't know how many of the pregame shows are going to go into this, but, there's a lot of incentives in these contracts. Mark, Baker's feeding Evans. He wants him to get the 1,000 yards and keep the streak going. He's also at 65 catches, I believe. Well, 5 catches gets him to 70. And if he gets to 70 catches and 1,000 yards, and he's 85 yards away, that's an extra $4 million on next year's salary for Mike Evans. That's the difference between playing for $17 million or 21.
I'll make you a prediction. Evans has the 5 catches by halftime.
But he doesn't have the 85 yards, and so he keeps playing.
Yep. They're going to get him to 1,000 yards.
Oh, there's no doubt Baker's going to. I think Baker will go, and then he'll call upstairs. What's his receiving yards at? Oh, yeah. He'll come out on first down, throw him a wide receiver screen. Sure.
Anytime you see Baker audible at the line of scrimmage, start looking for Evans.
Don't be surprised they do that whole play. The wide receiver comes in motion. Baker takes a snap, flips it to him. That's a reception.
I thought that was hysterical, by the way, when the Niners scored that way.
Yeah.
And Aikman made the point. I loved that pass when I was playing. I'd had more than however many touchdowns in a year or whatever it was.
Right.
14.
11, yeah, I know. He said a very small number. He said, I would have a lot more touchdowns than 11. That's true.
That's got to, old quarterbacks have to look at that play and go, really?
No doubt.
Really? That's a pass?
No doubt. Wait, that counts as a pass? But when you think about it, it's a shovel pass.
Yeah.
So, hello.
It goes forward. It
Right,
fits all the criteria. I'm not saying it shouldn't be a pass.
No,
but it's a glorified handoff.
Yes, it is. Uh-huh. But yeah, a little more creative today than they were back in the day. I mean, please, Mark, when the then Redskins in the early 80s, when they went to the 3 wide receiver set as their number 1 formation, 3 wide receivers, a tight end, and Riggins. I mean, the rest of the league was like, what the heck? What are we going to, what are you doing? Where's the fullback? Where's the 2 tight ends? What? Oh, yeah.
So the Washington football team's responsible for the demise of the fullback when we look back upon it?
Well, it's funny, though, because they love the H-back. They're the ones that I first remember bringing in the wham block with the H-back coming down and just crushing you. So, but yeah, Washington had what? Monk, Sanders, and Jackson, was it? All right. They're the 3 wide receiver set in the early to mid 80s. No, Clark. Was Gary Clark, Ricky Sanders, and Art Monk. And Gibbs was like, yeah, they're really good. I'm going to put all 3 on the field at the same time. What the heck you doing here, Joe? Now, he starts off 0-5, by the way, Joe Gibbs, in his Washington career. Theismann's his quarterback. He wants to trade him. I mean, the whole deal. They can't even score a touchdown. They got Riggins, Monk, Sanders, and Clark, and a Hall of Famers all over the offensive line. They can't get first downs his first 5 games of his career. Funny how it works out.
It is. Patience. Something we don't have a lot of anymore.
I'm not just saying this because I'll be at the game tomorrow night. I think the Steelers win. I think that they were a little tired. The grueling schedule, 3 very tough games in 11 days, was too much for them. Remember, they played on Christmas. They got, what, 4 extra days off than the Bengals to play this game? I think it helps them. I think Pittsburgh's going to be refreshed. I think it's important to Russ and the Steelers offensively. They got to stop throwing interceptions, making mistakes. They need to play a good game and win. And I think they know they want Houston. Then we'll beat Houston, and then we'll probably go to Kansas City. And that's okay. We'll take our shot at them. We've had them once before. We screwed it up. We'll take our shot at them. We're not intimidated by the Chiefs. That's how the Steelers think. You know that.
Oh, absolutely. And they played poorly defensively against the Chiefs. So if they could get through Houston, I can't imagine that they would be that bad defensively. But I just think I don't know how good Pittsburgh is. I've thought it all year.
You have.
And Cincinnati's defense is getting better.
It is.
Pittsburgh's offense is inconsistent. So what will Russ do?
Well, here's the other thing that's happened. Last 3 games, Steelers defense. They gave up 27 to the Eagles, 34 to the Ravens, 29 to the Chiefs. That's 30 points a game in their last 3 games. Now, they've played elite teams.
But they're playing an elite offense again.
Right. And so that's the question. Now, last time they played the Bengals, by the way, they gave up 38 points. They won, but they gave up 38. That's my question coming into this game. The defense, because if they're going to do anything later this month, they're going to have to get back to holding teams to under 24 points, closer to 20 a game. So, no time like the present, boys. But I think we see points tomorrow night. I think we see a game that's right around 60 total points tomorrow.
If that's the case, Cincinnati's going to win.
Okay.
If that's the case, Cincinnati's, because I'm with you. Pittsburgh's got to get back to being who they are, and that's keeping teams under 24 points. If they can't do that, I don't see them winning.
And you know this, having married into a Pittsburgh family and being a Steelers season ticket holder, the pressure's been put by ownership on the GM and the head coach to win playoff games.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I am not Yinzer. I'm not. I've although don't get me wrong, I'm sure Mark's mother-in-law's place is very nice. But I'm staying about a mile from the stadium. Where am I staying? At the Fairmont.
That's a
So-
quick. You going up Saturday or are you going up today?
No, I'm going late this afternoon. If it was up to me, yes. But my wife's anxiety, if I was here overnight tonight, she would lose her mind. I will say this, though. If it was a direct flight, I can't get to Pittsburgh directly from Jacksonville. If I could get there directly, I would have traveled tomorrow.
Right.
I would have taken the anxiety and just dealt with it.
I'm not a huge coconut fan, Canada Relief, but it was good. A coquito, I believe is what it's called.
What is that?
Milk, coconut milk, and rum, basically.
Okay.
It's a kind of a Puerto Rican Cuban eggnog, if you will.
Okay.
Eggs can be put in it. I don't know if they were in mine. It was good.
I never met Charlie Jones. No. I like Charlie Jones too. He was terrific. He goes all the way back to the AFL. Mark, you got me thinking about college football and announcers. Remember when certain bowl games had certain announcers? Like Don Criqui always did the Orange Bowl.
Right.
Keith Jackson always did the Sugar
Mm-hmm.
because it was on ABC.
And Enberg and Merlin Olsen did the Rose Bowl for.
Because it was on NBC.
Yep.
CBS did the Cotton forever. You'd get a lot of Lindsey Nelson. Then you got, Musburger for a little while. Kirk Gowdy did the Rose Bowl back in the day. We're talking 60s, 70s. Because those old USC with OJ clips, that's Kirk Gowdy going, he runs the 109.4. Kirk Gowdy was my guy. That's who I wanted to grow up to be. At 8 years old, I wanted to be an announcer. My mother said, really? I said, yeah, I want to be Kirk Gowdy.
I got something here.
Oh, good.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The Diamond District bonus hour on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. You miss any part of the show, go to MillerandMoulton.com. Follow us on X at Miller_Moulton. It's also how you can reach out to us. 21,000 the text line. If by chance you have not used that in the last 6 months since we broke away, and like Notre Dame, we are now an independent. We like to think of ourselves as a ma and pa operation. I mean, what are we, UConn football? If we're going with the we can't be, Army and Navy have joined conferences. Aren't we down to like UConn and are we Oregon State, Washington State, who are nomads? I mean, aren't UConn, Oregon State, Washington State, Notre Dame? Is that it?
I think you're right.
We're certainly not Notre Dame.
No.
No, I think we're UConn. I mean, for us, winning the Fenway Bowl, that's a good season.
Yeah, I was thinking like Georgia State, but that's just me.
Yeah.
And they're not. I think they're in a conference. But I think you're onto something.
So, anyway.
Speaking of college football, the Duke's Mayo Bowl is today. Virginia Tech and Minnesota. And the reward for winning the Duke's Mayo Bowl is the head coach will have 5 gallons of mayonnaise poured over his head.
Wow.
And I stumbled upon a story that goes through how it's done, because there are people in charge of having the Duke's mayo ready to pour over the coach's head. I do love that PJ Flex said, I think with my bald head, the mayo should just slide right off. But it starts, staff members pour 5 one-gallon containers of mayonnaise into a large Gatorade-sized cooler. They do it around the start of the fourth quarter. And then they all have to take turns stirring the mayo so it is more pourable. Because mayo is pretty thick. It would just come out in a big clump.
Right.
So basically, and now I want a camera the whole fourth quarter on the people stirring the mayo.
So you want the Alabama on signing day fax cam to be
The
on Mayo cam.
Mayo cam, yes.
Okay.
100%.
I like it.
Apparently, I did not know this, David, because a couple of years ago when South Carolina won the Duke's Mayo Bowl, Shane Beamer got hit in the head with the cooler because one of the handles moved. And he got bopped on the head with the cooler of mayo.
Ooh.
So now, apparently, according to the story, the issue has been addressed and the handles have been fortified to make them immovable.
Okay.
They bring in special mayo dumpers. It's not the team. 10 people were selected to come in and compete. They had to do deadlifts with buckets of mayo and catch football with mayo on their hands to make sure they were strong enough.
Hey, I got a job interview today. What are you doing? I'm trying to be a mayo dumper. What? Well, what do you have to do for that? Well, I gotta soak my hands in mayo and catch footballs.
I don't mind mayo. Like, it's not my favorite condiment, but there are certain sandwiches that I think are better with mayo than they are with mustard.
Okay.
The thought of someone pouring mayonnaise over my head is grotesque to me. Do you know how long it seems like it would take to get the mayo just out of your ears?
I'm with you on that. Like, it's fun until you get out, and then you've got to shower off. Yeah, that's, yeah, boy.
You will feel and smell like mayonnaise for at least a week.
Tell me when you get on the plane, you don't still smell like Duke's mayo. I mean, like the flight attendants, their eyes and their eyebrows, and they're like, oh, what's wrong with you?
What's that conditioner you're using?
Yeah.
Oh, Duke's mayo, I see.
Right. What cologne is that? That's not Old Spice. No, it's not. It's Duke's mayo. So
Much rather go into the vat of Cheez-Its than be doused with Duke's mayo.
5 gallons?
5 gallons of mayonnaise.
Trying to now envision just how much that is. I mean, you can't like jump in it.
No, I mean, if you get a if you get a Costco mayo, it's not anywhere near a gallon, if you know what I mean.
Right.
That's a lot of mayonnaise.
Yeah, I don't wear a hat, but I'm pretty sure if I'm the winning coach, I'm putting a hat on, and I ain't taking it off. Sorry. Hell, I may even wear a hoodie. Where's this game being played?
Charlotte.
That's cold enough for a hoodie, isn't it?
Absolutely, especially
All
this week. It's chilly out there.
Done. I'm wearing a hoodie, and you can dump it on me, and I'm just going to take it off and throw it out.
You know, you could see a little weather tomorrow too.
Chance of snow. Like temperatures in the teens to low 20s.
I mean, it's 27 and snowing there right now.
Yes. And my understanding, though, is that then it's most of the day tomorrow's a lull. But who knows? I just have to get there. Going through Charlotte. You know me. I'll drive. You cancel the flight. Give me a rental car. I don't care.
Ooh, I don't know if I'd want that. Charlotte to Pittsburgh drive would be no fun.
Mark, I nearly had to drive home from Green Bay on Christmas Eve. I mean, please, I'm halfway there. It's a night game. I'll be fine. I mean, I will say to them, I got to have satellite radio, though. I mean, then get yelled at after the fact. You hit us with a $10.99 satellite radio charge? Yeah, you're a Fortune 500 company. I thought you could pay for it. Silly me.
So a little Duke's Mayo Bowl tonight. Coach gets doused in mayonnaise. And they put work into it.
Vodtech, Minnesota. You got to have a Mayo cam. Seriously, don't you? You got to spend the whole fourth quarter in between plays. I mean, you show one replay of the play instead of showing a second replay. You got to show about 6 seconds of them stirring the mayo, don't you?
100%.
Do you know the Kellogg's people told us at CBS? They've got what is it? Tony the Tiger. Frosted Flakes. That's basically the sponsor of the Sun Bowl. And I don't know how many of you watch the Sun Bowl. Most of you don't. The game usually only gets a handful of million, 2 to 4 million people maybe watch. They said sales in the 20 days nationally after the Sun Bowl up significantly every year.
Well, I don't think anybody's done a better job of marketing themselves than what Pop-Tart's done with the Pop-Tart Bowl. They've exhausted every part of that as well as they can. And so there's got to be something to these bowl sponsorships because they're not leaving.
No, they're renewing. That's for sure.
By the way, speaking of TV numbers quickly, did you see what the outdoor NHL game did?
Well, it was not
less than 1 million. It was the lowest rated outdoor game lowest rated Winter Classic they've had.
Well, it was on New Year's Eve and not New Year's Day, and it was on Turner.
And in the Chicago area, it went head-to-head with the Illinois football game.
Right.
Which takes away a lot of eyeballs that would be watching a bad Blackhawk team. Instead, they're going to watch a good Illinois football team.
Right. 10-win team. Sure. Yeah, that's not good. You wonder if that's run its course also in terms of the bang for the buck that the league is getting, because it's a very costly game. Now, they may still make money on it as a league, but has it kind of, jumped the shark, so to speak? Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some weekend predictions all coming up. Miller and Moulton.
Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I love Royce. Love him, miss him. Yeah, we didn't talk about it either. DC, that just happened. Ba-da-boom.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Home stretch of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Only have a handful of them left. Have to take advantage of them. Diamond District bonus hour rolls along. Miller and Moulton coming at you for the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. What do you got?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
1870 we start. Construction begins on the Brooklyn Bridge. It would be completed on May the 24th, 1883. Just a mere 13 and a half years to build it.
Come on, tell me you don't look at Mount Rushmore or look at bridges and tunnels and go, how did they build this? Where did you even start? I mean, that's 150 plus years ago. Wait, you want me to do what? Wait,
correct.
From here to there? How?
With what?
How many of us are going to die?
The deal was done a few days prior, but today in 1920, Red Sox owner announces the agreement to sell Babe Ruth to the Yankees for $125,000 in cash and a $350,000 loan.
He had to play, right? He had to finance the play. Sacrifice Babe Ruth to finance a play that went out of business quickly.
Today in 1925, Mussolini dissolves the Italian parliament and proclaims himself dictator. Worked out well. We jump all the way to 1973, where a 12-man syndicate led by Michael Burke and George Steinbrenner buys the Yankees from CBS for $10 million.
Do you know what Steinbrenner's contribution was? And he was the guy at the press conference that did the talking. You know, he's kind of like, I'll be the spokesman here and what have you. $10 million they bought the Yankees for. 12 of them. Steinbrenner kicked in $168,000. That's 2%.
Right. It was today in 83 that Tony Dorsett would set an NFL record with a 99-yard rush, and the Cowboys win over the Vikings 31-27.
And the Cowboys only had 10 men on the field.
It was Monday Night Football too, right?
In the Metrodome against the Vikings.
Today in 85, Mitch McConnell becomes a senator in Kentucky. Not that we need term limits or anything.
1885? When was that?
Noriega surrendered to U.S. authorities today in 1990. Frank Wright leads the Bills on a 32-point deficit to defeat the Oilers 41-38 in the wild card game today in 93.
Okay, I am convinced if that game doesn't happen and unfold the way it does, that the Titans are not in Nashville. I am convinced that was the beginning of the end of the Houston Oilers. That was a really good team. Really good team. They had gotten Buddy Ryan as defensive coordinator. They were on a roll. They finished the year very strong. And I think they have a chance to run through the AFC, quite frankly, if they win that game. They're up It's 28-3 at the half, and Reich throws a pick six on the first possession of the second half. And then the comeback begins.
Today in 01, Oklahoma beats Florida State in the Orange Bowl for the national championship. In 02, the Canes beat Nebraska in the Rose Bowl for the national championship. And in 03, Ohio State beats Miami in the Fiesta Bowl for the national championship.
13-2 was that Oklahoma win over Florida State. They were 2-touchdown favorites, were the Noles in that game. Trying to go back-to-back.
Today in 04, Casey Kasem gives up hosting American Top 40 to Ryan Seacrest. And today in 07, Nick Saban resigns as head coach of the Miami Dolphins to take the head coaching job at Alabama.
All because Rich Rodriguez had turned the job down.
J.R. Tolkien and Bobby Hall both would have celebrated birthdays today. John Paul Jones from Led Zeppelin is 79. Mel Gibson is 69. Jim Everett, 62. Cheryl Miller, 61. Racer Michael Schumacher is 56. A.J. Burnett, 48. David Tyree is 45. And Eli is 44 today. David, what did I miss?
A couple things. First off, it was today in 61 that we severed diplomatic relations with Cuba. That lasted till 2015. Talk about two sides that could hold a grudge. Let me tell you, 54 years. As a couple of guys who appreciate holding a good grudge. Well done, fellas. Well done. And today in 87, the first woman was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Mark, do you know who it is?
Aretha Franklin.
There you go. There you go. Got to admit, if you're going to start with one, a pretty damn good one to start with.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Do you remember her funeral?
Oh, yeah. There was wardrobe changes.
Yes! From viewing to viewing, she had a wardrobe changes. Come on. Who's going to out-diva that? How is Madonna, Taylor, Beyonce, honestly, how do you out-diva that?
For the good, today we go to Berlin, where the elephants got their Christmas present.
Huh.
In Berlin, trees that did not find a home were given to the Berlin Zoo in an annual event where the elephants get to eat the Christmas trees.
Trees that didn't find a home?
Yeah, people didn't buy Christmas tree. There are trees that are left over on lots.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah.
I mean, your mom can't buy all of them on the 24th, David.
No, she tried, though.
For the bad, we go to Naples, where on New Year's Eve, Luis Martinez was pulled over. He was driving with a suspended license and was arrested for driving without a valid license. Then they searched the vehicle. Yacil Hernandez, who was with him, 20 years old, had a concealed firearm with him. Not allowed to legally to carry a concealed weapon. And they found some weed. So both of them started 2025 out in the pokey. Finally, the ugly, we stay in Naples, where Jorge Alfonso is facing multiple charges after being arrested on Wednesday. A trooper was in the median of I-75 monitoring traffic when a truck drove past him with red and blue emergency lights on. The truck didn't appear to be a law enforcement vehicle, and a woman was reported in the passenger seat waving her arms in distress. When they pulled the truck over, Jorge claimed to be a federal agent before he gave troopers a CIA counterterrorism unit ID, a CIA emblem coin, and a badge wallet. When troopers asked him where he worked for, he replied with federal. He was arrested for impersonating an officer and taken into custody. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com, where you can get a $10,000 sign-on bonus for a new officer. All information for the jobs available are there at capecops.com.
Wow. Signing bonus for a job. That's outstanding. You know how we talked that during the college football season that Fox was all in on this Friday night sports thing?
Right.
They're doing it with college hoops, you know.
Yes, they are.
They got another game at 8 o'clock tonight on Big Fox. They got
Yep.
Michigan State, Ohio State.
Yep.
Our system's not in play, though. The Buckeyes are a 2.5-point favorite at home, even though they're unranked and Sparty is ranked. On FS1 at 9 o'clock, by the way, it's Marquette and Creighton. NBA's only got, what do you got? They got like 8-9 games tonight, but none of them really nationally televised unless you consider NBA TV national. We'll say this. If you're remotely interested in hoops, the Knicks have won 9 in a row and the Thunder have won 13 in a row, and they're playing in Oklahoma City tonight at 8 o'clock. My guess is this, although the Thunder have pretty much shown up for every game and the Knicks have to, or Thibodeau will yell at them. But I got to believe, and I know we only have a few minutes left, don't you think that part of if you're the NBA and you saw that Monday Night Football rating between the Lions and Niners, and it drew one of the 10 highest rated Monday Night Football ratings ever since ESPN's had the product, don't you have to think when the NBA goes, man, how in the hell did they get $22 million? That somebody in the room goes, because both teams played hard with nothing to play for. And the sports fan recognized it and appreciated it. I mean, don't you think that's now maybe even a bigger problem with the association than the 800 threes that they're chucking up every night? That the fan knows, these guys, they're not playing hard. Hell, half of them may not play. What am I doing?
They pick and choose their spots, that's for sure. It's why, quite frankly, the NBA Cup, as much as everybody knocks on it, they play harder in those games than they do in the average regular season game.
They do. I'm with you. And I do like the court. I know it's a gimmick. I don't know what to tell you. It works for me. But anyway, if you actually like hoop a little bit, I can promise you two teams are going to go at it tonight in Oklahoma City. Knicks and the Thunder.
Speaking of playing hard, whether you're chasing peak performance, reignited intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health offers customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location, or go online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for a 10% discount.
That's the second day in a row that you work that in off of us talking about something else story, but you found 2 or 3 words. And today, just for the record, you read that. Who's it for again?
Game Day Men's Health.
Right. Off of me saying playing hard.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I got that right. That's FCC. That's Mark Miller, by the way. Common spelling, Mark Miller.
With a K.
5 games in the NHL tonight. Panthers, who lost at home to Carolina last night, hosting Sid the Kid, who's now in his mid-30s, and the Penguins, 7 o'clock NHL Network. Of course, in Southwest Florida, you can get that on, Fox 4's alternate channel?
Yes. Yes.
They haven't put any of the games on Fox 4, have they?
Not a
They're on
one.
like the Fox 4-2 or something like that?
I think it's even -3, David.
Gotcha. By the way, once again, Game Day Men's Health, if you're interested in
Playing hard.
right. Okay. Yeah. Boy, how about that Duke's Mayo Bowl, huh?
I'm not even going to touch that.
Yes, please don't. Please don't. Give me an upset this weekend. Will there be one upset football this weekend? Will there be one? Bucks going to lose to the Saints?
No.
Falcons.
Carolina, I like Pats. Carolina gets the Falcons.
Pittsburgh's technically an upset if they beat the Bengals, but we won't think of it as. I do think the Raiders are going to win. I don't know why I didn't bet it, to be honest. I've thought that they're going to finish winning their last 3 games. So that would be an upset because they're a 4-point dog at home to the Chargers. I actually think they're going to win. They're going to win 3 in a row, and Brady is still going to fire Antonio Pierce.
Boy. And if Pittsburgh wins, the Chargers have nothing to play for, right?
Correct.
That's kind of the
5.
caveat to that, I think. If you
Right.
think Pittsburgh's going to win, that might make Vegas a better play on Sunday when the Chargers will know that they're locked in as the 6th seed.
You and I both picking the Vikings in the showdown. We're doing it for the same reasons. Both teams have an offense. Only one of the two has a defense. We took the team that has a defense.
I want to be wrong, but I just think the Vikings need to get 2 stops, and that's enough to win.
Have yourself a great first weekend of the new year. And thanks so much for listening to Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @DavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.